Okay, so it's 11:15, so we've given everybody else ample time, so we can get started if you guys want to.
I'm good.
You sure?
Uh,
Um, well,
here.
yeah. So I guess while you're logging into Foundry, um, so yeah, you guys just to recap, uh, did not have the best luck. Well, it was very zigzagged sort of luck because yeah, when you went on the terrorist hunt, you got fucking shot by a railgun turret. The ship nearly exploded. Arthur lost an arm, and then you landed down on the planet. And basically, the only good fortune you had was number one, Martin killing basically everybody in the encounter, and then also managing to capture the leader of the terrorist cell alive. But other than that, I mean, like, fucking uh, uh, Miller got shot by an RPG. Um, APC took some damage. People were getting stressed the fuck out. Yeah, it was pretty wild. So where we pick up now is where um like where the the group you're still at, still in the Epsilon Eridani system, which is over here. And I'll say that at the current time you have not accepted the mission that you guys voted for, um, but as I understand it, you would have some things to attend to, namely number one, repairing your ship, number two, repairing Miller, and number three, you have Scoresby as your prisoner. And if you're going to take him to the authorities, then you can do that.
So, considering all the different factions that there are, I kind of am wondering which authorities we were talking about.
Um, you are currently in uh, Imperial space of the Three World Empire. Um,
Okay.
that's what this like teal color is. And the Three World Empire
Right.
is, as a reminder, like a coalition led by Britain and Japan, and they have very strong ties to Weyland-Yutani. Um, so you are in Imperial space, and basically this guy was causing problems in, the Three World Empire's territory. So basically any sort of, um, like
Got it.
law enforcement station that you bring him into an Imperial space, that they'll take it from there.
Okay.
And Sol, which is basically Earth, is very close by, and that counts. But yeah, like all these other colonies,
Yeah,
um,
'cause we took the leader, right?
yeah, you took scores being alive, but everybody else is dead.
Didn't we like tase him with like almost maximum damage, and then he succeeded on every roll?
Uh, I don't remember
Or we
how he
tased him
got.
for a lot.
I don't remember how he
Yeah.
got down. I know Zavadska was about to burn him to a crisp, but then somebody told her, no, don't.
Oh, I think I was the one who coup de grace him to knock him
Yep.
out, and I gave him a concussion.
Yeah. Then there you go.
Insult to
Concussions are fun.
injury.
Exactly. Um, so, um,
Yeah, he deserved it.
yeah. um,
If not just for his roles.
He deserved it because he was in the way of our paycheck.
He
And
is
he's
our
probably
paycheck.
like a terrorist or something that's bad.
so
I thought your character was a bloodthirsty Harrison.
Bloodthirst. What do you mean? Listen, Miller may not kill. Harrison wants to kill.
and you're playing a
Harrison
character
Okay.
who doesn't want to kill. That's interesting. Anyway, um, so the question
deserves everything
is,
to be dead.
what is your next course of action? Are you going to repair the ship in this system, like repair the ship and repair Miller, or what do one of the two, or like what's your guys' plan?
My first question would be, what is what is it that is damaged the most, and what'll help us?
Your
Like,
ship has 1 HP out of 5.
And I think
Miller,
our APC's at half.
oh yeah, I forgot about the APC. The APC, yes, it said 4 out of 8. I forgot all about that. Um,
Uh,
and
no,
Miller, your
2 out of 6.
2 out of 6. Jesus. Um,
I
so
What's
failed
the
every
easiest to
single
repair?
check. I took full damage from the RPG.
yeah. Um,
Well, then I think we'll start. I think we should start with Miller because
okay.
that means 2 more hands as opposed to 4.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So to repair Miller, I believe is a contact roll, which is going to. I'll just double check that. Um, where is other hazards? I think it's under other hazards. Synthetics. Okay, so um, androids don't make death rolls and cannot die. Oh wait, no, repairs. Androids don't heal. Said a shift of work and a comtech roll is required to repair all lost hit points and all critical injuries, so long as the android hasn't suffered a system shutdown. They can repair themselves. So
Oh, that's
um,
cool.
you could repair yourself, or you could have Evelyn repair you.
What kind of check is it?
It's comtech.
Evelyn, hey. I have 4 in wits and 0 in comtech. I
Oof.
should probably not repair myself.
Yeah, I'll say also for this roll that the diagnostic device would not apply, but the electronic tools would.
Awesome. Yep, I already made that inactive.
Okay.
Comtech.
Okay. I guess roll panic. Actually, I'm thinking that by this point, like I'd say enough time has passed where you guys don't have any stress, so you can ignore the panic roll and just remove all your stress for the time being. Um,
Yep, great.
so, so yeah, so you get 2 successes. Do you want to push that?
Uh, because I accidentally pulled it with the stress. Let me
Yeah, you can
push.
re-roll if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Oh, that looks a whole lot better.
Yeah, it's basically the exact. Yeah, it is the exact same thing, just no stress.
Yeah.
Do you want to stick with
I'll
that or
push.
okay? Rip.
I pushed for not.
Yeah. You can. No, never mind. I was going to say you could use your signature item to get rid of the stress, but um, yeah, that would be kind of pointless because and this is sort of downtime, so you would probably reduce it. Okay, so Miller, you get 2 HP back. That was
Ooh.
1 shift of work.
Okay. So our ship needs repairs and the APC
Yes.
needs repairs. I mean, Miller knows some heavy machinery because that's what you need to roll for.
Yes, heavy machinery would repair both the ship and now the thing with the ship is you would like. So I mentioned this earlier, but to
You need
repair
the
the ship
EVA,
actually
right?
is yeah, is you're doing EVA work. The 2 options you have for that. So your ship does have space suits. Um, though it's worth keeping in mind that they don't have like thrusters, so you would have to do a mobility roll to not like drift out into space. However, though, there are suits I mentioned before. There are 2 different suits that have like built-in like space engineers style thrusters, which I would say you could like kind of glide around in space without needing to do a mobility roll.
Okay.
So if
Is
you
there no like cables or something, like bungee cords to hook up to the
uh
ship or other people?
rules is written no, and your ship is not designed as such to where there would be like tethers.
Okay.
There is a harpoon gun that you can use, though.
Okay.
Um,
But there's 2 suits with packs.
yeah, there are 2 suits with packs, and the thing is that one of them actually has the best armor rating in the game.
I think Arthur actually picked up the harpoon gun. I
Yeah,
remember him buying it
he
last
has a
time.
harpoon gun, so that's the one I was thinking of. Um, but yeah, I mean, if you want, you could put the ship repairs on hold and then just travel to um like some sort of place for like a space station or something where you could buy buy one of the two different suits.
Oh, so we do not have any of these suits currently. They just
No,
exist.
yeah,
Okay.
you don't have any, you don't have the two suits required. You do have space suits, but I'm just saying that they're more like primitive suits that don't have any. Oh, and also the agility rating sucks. So yeah, it's not something you want to do a mobility roll in. They give you a
Yeah.
-1 to agility rolls.
So, in other
It,
words, it's the
I'm pretty decent
it's the
at.
suits that you see in Alien.
Pretty much,
I love
it's
those
nearly,
suits. Those are some of my favoritely designed suits in any
yeah,
sci-fi
they look
setting.
cool. I'm just saying that so they're in the same sort of design lineage as the suits from Alien, because basically the suits from Alien are in this game. Those are the Mark 50 compression suits.
Oh.
This one, the ones that you have on your ship are the Mark 35s, which are actually military issue. So they have really good armor, but the agility, like the joint, it's described that like the joints tend to like lock up with very rapid, like sudden movements and stuff like that. So
Mhm.
it's
I
not
mean,
the best. Like it's really something you would probably wear, maybe on like planets with toxic atmospheres and like no atmospheres, rather than like actually fighting in space with the damn things.
if you want, I mean, it'll be like, I can go out and possibly do some repairs to the ship if we need.
Well, what I
Uh,
was saying out of character just as a hint to you guys, I'm saying like, are you sure you want to just do that right now and not just
I'm not
like
sure.
just go get your like go to a station and then pick up a suit and then you can do it, or you could just pay somebody to do it for you.
uh,
So, are we are in space right now, or did we land? I thought we landed.
Yeah, you landed. You're currently on the. Oh, that yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if you're
yeah,
on the
'cause I think
surface of
we
a
handed
planet,
over the guy.
yeah, you would have brought your. Yeah, that's a very good point because I was kind of assuming you would have just taken off right away. So yeah, if you're on the surface of a planet, you can just you need not do a mobility roll. You can just repair your ship, especially because your ship has planetfall capability and can land on planets. Um, so yeah, you
Very
can.
nice.
Uh,
We can do that then.
yeah, you just. I mean, it's still going to take a shift of work and a heavy machinery roll, but you don't have to worry about drifting off into space.
I can work on. I mean, because Miller's got some heavy machinery. He's not terrible at it. But whoever's like the best at it, I feel like the ship needs the repairs the most
Yeah,
because it is
Yep.
really messed up. And like Miller could work on the APC maybe.
yeah.
Sure.
Sounds
I
like a
can.
plan.
Yep, I can repair the ship, and you can repair our APC. Great.
Sounds good. I don't get a bonus like from like the back of your hand, do I, to repair checks, just
No,
driving
that's like the
checks.
back of your hand just gives you a thing for piloting
Piloting.
a vehicle rather than repairing it.
Yeah. Okay. So to do this, I click.
Yeah, just click heavy machinery and
Yep.
see
Oh,
what
wait,
you
let
get.
me check. I have. Boop, 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 boop. Where is it? I have a blunt instrument. I have a maintenance jack. Does that give me
Maintenance
any
check does
benefits
give you
here?
a +1.
Ooh, sweet.
Just make sure like the item, the maintenance jack is actually applied. Let me see.
I have it in my items. I just don't. How do I do
Yeah, so yeah,
this?
let's see.
It's my
Is it?
personal item as well, or
E-
something kind of like that.
Yeah, so left
Um,
click on items and inactive, left click on the items of maintenance jack, and then that'll add it to the roll.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Pop. There you go.
And then yeah, you would just click on heavy machinery and the skills, and then it should.
so,
Sorry.
can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, can we use the allied NPCs, or is that a no-no?
Yeah, you can use them to help you.
Okay.
Got
The question
two
is that
sixes.
who would be helping who?
Uh, well, Vinny has heavy machinery 3, so I would say that's a
Yeah, he could
um.
he could give somebody a boost.
Okay.
Um,
Cool.
the question is,
You
do
know,
you
just
want
asking.
to? Yeah, well, no, it's a good question. Just making sure that okay, Ohio Tobias does not have it. I think Mike. Oh, Mike has heavy machinery. Yeah, the mechanical field surgery. So yeah, he's got heavy machinery 3. Um, and I don't think Heather has. No, she doesn't. Does Amelia have it? Yes. So you basically have like 3 NPC mechanics, which is pretty impressive. So, you know, they could all three could be helping one person, or like, 2 and 1, that kind of thing. So it's up to you
Right.
how you would want them to help you.
I
Okay.
think the ship needs repairs the most.
Okay.
I got 2 successes on my heavy machinery check.
Okay. So the vehicle
Yes.
recovers 2 HP, and that takes you a shift to
Okay.
do.
That's 6 now out of 8. That's not bad.
Yeah.
It's much better. It's over half, which is pretty good.
Yep. And then, so Emily, when you go to repair the ship, you will get a +3 bonus on top of whatever tools you have.
Wait. So I have the cutting torch, maintenance jack, and the bolt gun. Yes, I think those all
Uh,
apply.
well, that's I don't know if there's like rules written all 3 can apply, but let me just check the descriptions of what those
Okay.
do. Where is the? So I know the maintenance jack, let's see, is for um, open unpowered airlocks, divert power to or from electrical junctions. The cutting torch is for welding and cutting metal, which I think would definitely be for um, fixing like
Fixing
hull
holes
damage.
made by a
Right.
railgun?
Yeah, that sounds about right. And then the bolt gun gives
Sorry.
you directly mentions emergency hull repairs. So I would say both would apply in this case. So you get all in all a +7, but just actually tally up the like. So I'd say remove the maintenance jack from the equation, and then when you actually make the roll, do a +3 from uh Mike, Amelia, and Vinny helping you.
Great. I do that, and do I just put in a 3 or a
Yeah,
plus
just
3?
no, just 3.
Cool.
Yeah, because plus
Okay,
messes
so
with it or something.
Yeah. At least as far as I know. I don't
okay,
know if they ever fix that, but I always just stick with like just a number instead of a.
Right.
that is
Hold on,
poopy.
wait. What? Oh, there you go.
Oh,
That's what you
that's
needed.
better.
That's that's much better
That's
I think
than
that was
exactly.
a
the
case where pushing the
rolling
roll was
nothing.
probably a good choice.
Yeah. So
Thank you for pushing that.
You're very welcome.
okay. All right. So you repair all the damage to the hull of the ship.
All of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It
Yeah,
had
it
only
only
1
has
out of 5
5
left,
left.
so you repaired all 4 like ruined hull points. Um. So let's see. So you do that.
Okay.
So that is going
Fantastic
concurrent.
roll.
Yeah, that goes concurrently with Miller um, fixing the APC. So yeah, you've got all of your maintenance done. So now the only 2 things you would need to resolve, which you could probably do in one go, are number 1, uh, bringing in Scoresby to the law, and then the other thing is getting Arthur, if you want to get Arthur a prosthetic arm. Um,
We should do that
yeah,
probably. That's
Hmm.
probably a good choice of
yeah,
stuff.
Definitely. Let's go army shopping.
yep,
I never since I never thought I'd say today.
yeah. Um, so okay, so you go, um, to I would say in this case for taking off of the planet, Miller, give me a piloting roll for the
Okay.
red carpet, and you could have a co-pilot boost from Mike. He will give you a +1 to your roll.
Okay. I get that, and then don't think I get anything else for piloting right now. Yeah, I think
Well,
I might.
actually, the ship,
Oh, the ship has
the
+2 as
thrusters,
well.
yeah, the thrusters give you a +3 to fly it.
Oh, +3, right. So that's awesome. So that's +4 total.
Yep.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay, so you managed to get Spaceborne. What do you want to do with that extra success?
I just realized I have +5 on my next piloting roll. Those are the bonuses from last session.
Oh boy.
Uh, that's what it says because I got +1 from piloting, and it says +4 from command.
Oh, well, there you go.
So I realized I would have more, but I mean, it still succeeds.
Yeah.
I'd probably put a bonus into, I don't know, showing off. Nothing crazy's going
Okay.
on right now.
All right. So
I'll remove
you
that
do a
bonus.
very impressive job of getting the ship Spaceborne. Um, so now, is there anything anybody would want to do before actually jumping to FTL, like getting in a cryosleep and going to your next destination, like any like downtime RP kind of stuff?
Um, I actually would ask if we handed off the guy, right?
No,
Yeah.
So
Wait, no, I thought we handed him off on the.
no.
right, and
If you're talking about
we've got our
Scoresby,
money.
the terrorist leader, you basically you captured him
Right.
and then
That's
you
why we
didn't leave
were
the
on the
planet.
planet.
Yeah, that's why you're on the planet and you were repairing all your stuff.
Right. Got it. Okay. No, I would say we are ready, and
Yeah. Everybody
think
else cool with jumping to the next scene?
I think so.
Yep, but there's something really
Okay.
pressing I think we
Um.
need to do.
Okay. So where are you gonna go?
Were we given a place to like drop off? Uh, it was Mal
Yeah. Uh.
from Firefly, so
Yeah. Well, Scoresby. You haven't actually like. Remember the orders you were given were to kill everybody. So they never really
right.
specified what you were supposed to do if you decided to go against that order and actually bring him in alive. Um, so that part of the contract is sort of open for interpretation.
I assume we just bring him to one of these planets in the I already forgot the name.
This is Imperial space of the Three World
Imperial
Empire.
space. Of the Three World Empire. We could bring him to some sort of law
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, just so you guys
outpost.
know, because I was talking about this with Marty before you guys showed up. So the rule of thumb is that if a system has like so the big name like here like the main name is like the name of the star, but if there's like a hyphen and then like a name under it, that means there's like actually like a colony or a station there.
God, like how it says John Eve Station
Yeah,
here,
like
or
that would be
Aurora
like an
5.
inhabited uh system, whereas something like Ross 128 is surveyed but not inhabited.
Okay. And boop, have we already like do we have because I remember you posted sort of jobs we can go on. Do we have like do we get like pinged on a system and we hear about these jobs, or do
Well,
we
it's sort of
go
it
to
varies from job to job. I'll say that like I established that in the out of game thing that for this next mission that you do, like at some point you get an SOS um, message, like there's a message being broadcast, and you guys just happen to be the first ones to answer. Like that's how
okay.
I just sort of frame this one. But I'm just saying, like I'm just being generous and giving you the option to, um, take care of unfinished business like repairs and getting Arthur a prosthetic and all that sort of stuff before you take on the job.
yeah, the APC is still a little bit damaged, but it's not in that terrible condition. But we can, I think we just drop them off somewhere, right?
Yeah, you drop off Scoresby.
Yeah,
Yeah, so like
Yeah, would we report
what I'm
to like the colonial marshals in this
yeah, or
case?
any of
Like
these
drop 'em
planets,
off?
prison planets.
there are prison planets in this.
Ooh,
That like
Where's crematoria?
I mean, there's fucking Skyfire Down, which isn't an Imperial thing, but it is Wayland Yutani co-owned with the United Americas, um, which is like a straight up like penal colony, and uh,
that's
like you could go there if you wanted to.
Base
Um,
Australia.
but what?
Nothing. You're stupid.
But I mean, like, above all else, like
Yeah,
Sol,
pretty much.
the Sol system is Earth. Um,
Got it.
um,
When we hand him off to a penal, does this guy deserve the death penalty?
um, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily
We-
know that because again,
Yeah,
like
we don't really
you
know,
were
so we're just like,
you were given the orders to kill him, but you took him alive instead. So they could imprison him, they could execute him. You don't know what they're going to do with him if
he
you actually
deserves
bring
to
him
Um,
die.
back.
They'll kill him. Probably.
So
They'll probably just
can I ask him um, why
deserve to die.
Wayland Utah? Can I finish?
Yeah, let him finish.
Can I ask him why Wayland Yutani wants him dead?
Well, he mentions that it's technically not Wayland Utani who wants him dead so much as the government because um, he and his cell of, like insurgents, he specifically uses the word, um, you know, like he keeps using the terminology patriots, um, to
Sooner somebody
describe,
says
yeah, like
sooner that someone says patriot, the less patriotic they are.
yeah, well, he's describing that, saying like, well, the Empire, and speaking of which, he has an Australian accent, but I'm not bothering with that. That he explains that the Empire has been, neglecting the colonies, and like courtesy of the frontier war and all the tension uh that resulted from it. Like the Empire's been, guarding our, like they've been too busy guarding the borders rather than actually looking after the colonists, and they've been, you know, like pirates have been attacking, and then there have been like terrorist groups and stuff like that, and myself and many like-minded colonists banded together, and we're trying to send a message to the Empire.
Oh, so you're saying the colonies were a big old bunch of misery, and then you added your own. Okay. Martin is being very sarcastic here, and he's like, okay, whatever. You didn't want to do this for the overall good, but
Well, he
you just
stops you right there and says like, well, as a matter of fact, I actually was. Like I mean, he basically is pulling like like he's a never my fault kind of thing. Like it's very
yeah,
obvious like that he's just in denial, and
right,
it's a question like, who are you trying to convince, me or yourself, kind of deal.
right. No, I got the answers I needed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Or I got the answers I not needed. I got the answers. Thank you. So, off to the prison planet we go. This is not my problem anymore.
so you're taking him directly to Skyfire Down, or are you taking him to like Seoul or something?
What? Can you ping where we actually are?
Okay, well, the Steel Talons logo is
Oh,
always like where
I'm
you
sorry.
guys are. No, it's okay.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
That always represents like the current system you guys are in. Um,
got it.
Skyfire Down is all the way over here, and this is a reminder,
Okay.
it isn't technically. So just as a little bit of a thing, because your characters would know this. So, the Three World Empire, um, Wayland Yutani has very strong ties to them. They're their own government entity, but it's a sort of a thing. Like Wayland Yutani kind of has a hand in the pockets of both the Three World Empire and the United Americas. So they kind of oversee a lot of prison operations. They've actually been contracted by many people, like many governments, saying like, "Hey, build and manage this prison for us," kind of deal. Um,
Right.
so they have, a lot of influence there, and you can assume that even if they don't necessarily want anything to do with the Scoresby, they could very well turn him over to the Three World Empire.
Okay. Where's and that is the closest prison
Well, I mean, out of
colony?
character, that's
What's
the
the
closest
prison?
one I know of. Is Skyfire
Okay, fair
Down.
enough.
But I am saying that if you take him to Seoul, um, there
Just
would
drop him off at the end.
exactly there are like if you drop them off at Seoul, I mean, Earth obviously, in case it wasn't obvious, has plenty of prisons, and that's also the hub of all government powers, or all three major government powers, not
Right.
including the core systems colonies.
Okay. And it looks like Seoul's closest, and we don't need to crisscross any other uh, um, territories.
Yep.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I think Seoul's probably the best
Yep.
choice, especially because we just drop them off straight to the
Okay.
Three
Yep.
Empire.
Yeah, and I'll point out, I'll put the idea.
There's a consensus.
Yep.
Let's
And
go.
yep. Is that another benefit going to Seoul is you could do some shopping, and Seoul has a black market, or at
I'm
least it's
sure
rumored to have
Seoul
one.
sells arms.
Fun.
Yeah, yeah, they would have prosthetics. So, you guys set a course. The journey would take, let's see, it is, if memory serves, it's the FTL rating times the number of parsecs. The FTL rating is 14, and it's like roughly 2 parsecs. So yeah, it just takes you guys like a month to get over there. But
Okay.
I mean, again, cryo sleep, so it's like time's not a consideration. I'm just giving that a little bit of info for you. Okay, so you take Scoresby to like you reach Seoul, um, and uh, let's see, check my notes. Um, so you go to Earth, um, and I mean, because I can't, Earth is so vast, and I can't really think of like any. We'll just say so. You take him to, into like Three World Empire territory, like somewhere where you could, find like a jail, and so basically you bring him in. Do you
Right.
say anything, or do you just kind of wait for the reaction of whoever's working there?
Um, well, I would say that we bring him into it. I mean, this was a this was a bounty, right, or not?
No, the mission was, to kill him and his entire cell of terrorists.
Oh,
There
okay,
was never an actual bounty posted on him, like
got it.
$100,000 if you bring him in alive, kind of deal. That there was none of that.
But it's
Okay.
probably good proof that we dealt with him if we bring him in.
That is true.
So uh, uh, we we take him in, and is there some kind of office that we could take him to?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you guys went to, like
Yeah.
basically a police station, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like,
And
are you?
and we go here, surprise,
Yeah, the guy working there, you could tell that he's like, uh, who is this?
present for ya.
And the guy just like, looks at you, he looks at Scoresby. Scoresby's like glaring at him, uh, and he's saying like, right, but again, who is this?
Ian Scoresby, look him up in your records. You want
Um,
DNA proof? That's fine. And and Martin smacks Ian in the back of the head. One, to stop him from glaring at the cop, and two, to oh, I don't know. Give
Also,
him a
I'm
bleeding
assuming that
nose.
you guys aren't
Here's your
walking in armed to the teeth,
DNA.
right?
We
No.
have
Okay.
Seoul.
Doing that in a police station, I suspect, would get us the same reaction as it does now.
Right. So I just
That would
wanted to
be
clarify, because I would say like you'd probably have to peel everybody off the ceiling if you walked in with a smart gun, like a fucking Terminator. Um,
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
no, not happening.
okay, just wanted to double check that. Um, so uh, yeah, but so he looks up Scoresby in like the Imperial like wanted database, and he's like, well, I can't say on behalf of the Three World Empire, I can't say I was expecting you to actually bring this guy in alive. I mean, according to to the bounty we put out, he was meant to be killed. So the guy, like, he drums his fingers on the terminal for a few seconds, and then he, raises like a finger, like a one moment, and he calls up his supervisor, because this guy's just basically like a secretary. He doesn't know what the hell to, like, you just basically, it's sort of like, he sent you out to get groceries, and you came back with a lottery ticket for $10,000. It's like okay, I was not expecting that sort of moment.
Right.
So he calls his
And
supervisor, And then
And Martin smacks Ian again. See,
Sit
you
down,
made him
please.
call the
Thank you.
manager, you Karen.
so so then this higher ranked officer comes out. The first guy, explains the situation. He's saying that these mercenaries have um, brought in known terrorist Ian Scoresby. Uh, what should we do, sir? And then so the guy looks to you all and is saying like, well, we were not expecting you to bring him in, but we feel like now that we have him, we could either, we might. I mean, it's not necessarily my call, but I mean, at best he'll be, going to prison, and at worst he might even be, executed possibly publicly. And then the guy says that, and you can tell the blood just runs out of Scoresby's face. Like he just has this like mortified look, and he just kind of hangs his head low. Um, and he's saying like, well, how does a reward of 50,000 sound for bringing in Scoresby?
Does that cover the fuel? Out of character?
Um, I'm not really tracking fuel, honestly.
Okay.
So it's like money to cover, like basically not really cover expenses, just um, money to spend, basically.
Um, I would say I'm good with that. What about the other ones?
Uh,
Or anybody that can make a negotiation for
Yeah,
100?
well, I'll say this much: if you want, you can, like, you could barter and try to do like an opposed roll against them to, get more money out of this. Um, but like for every like 50 grand higher you attempt to negotiate, you take a -1 to your roll.
Uh, how
so
about
Miller,
how about we do 150, and then we negotiate down to 100, and we roll against that. You do the whole 150,000, fine, 60. 125, fine, 70. That whole game.
Right. Okay, so
so you're trying to negotiate him to 100,000,
Yes.
starting from 150,000 and working your way up.
well,
Yes.
what I'm
So you
saying
never
is
give
that
what
like
you
you set the initial price and then you try to roll that. That's just how I had this kind of mapped out.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
Oops.
So I guess we would roll for 100,000, but flavor-wise, we're doing the whole negotiation tactic of
right. Yeah.
Okay.
cool.
So what would I roll?
You are going to be rolling a manipulation at -1
Miller
against
would
this
get
cop.
one dice on this.
So in base modifier, I type in minus one.
-1.
Okay. That's probably gonna be shit, but.
Oh my god! Wait!
Okay,
You
let's
have a
let's see what this guy gets though, because it is opposed. Oh!
Yeah!
No way! That's fucking crazy!
Amazing.
Oh my god, that's amazing. I was like, there's no way Miller should roll this. He has a 2 in empathy. He's gonna be rolling 1 dice. You also have 2 in empathy!
I
Screenshot
do
No.
this.
have 3 empathy. I have the highest empathy among the people present. That's
We're
crazy.
terrible with empathy. We don't know how to talk to people. We're mercenaries.
Well, apparently Martin
I'm
does.
not a people person. I'm a
Unless it's
machines
business
person.
related.
Okay, well, so the
Martin
guy.
has a silver
Who has the
tongue.
highest empathy now? Actually, I don't need to ask. Hold on. Manipulation. Yeah. Okay.
I don't have any zero. I have 0 manipulation, but I have empathy 3.
Well, so here's the thing, right? in the Star Wars games, you just learn to roll with what you have, and if you don't want to roll it, stop talking, and just,
Hey, after this session, you could put a point into
Yeah,
manipulation
that's
now.
true. If you want to level up your manipulation, you can.
damn fucking right I do.
Hey, because here's the best part, is that once you get at least 1 point in it, you can, level it up further without having to use it in the session. So
Oh, is that right?
yeah,
So it's always only the first one.
yeah, it's only like if you don't have any skill ranks, then
Uh-huh.
you have to have used the skill and succeeded, or have somebody teach you. But if you have at least 1 point or more, then you can spend 5 XP to increase it by one, without having to do a roll or anything, and that can go up to 5. Um, so the guy, officer, is impressed with your
That
haggling
is
skills,
too.
and he
That is
says,
just too fucking funny.
yeah.
That is
Um,
Sorry,
true.
man.
so
He's flabbergasted. You're
yeah,
so well
so
spoken.
yeah, he crosses his arms and he grins. He says like, "All right, 100,000 for Ian Scoresby." Um, so he goes over to like like an ATM, and um, like enters like some sort of like
ATM?
officer code, withdraws the money, and then presents it to you. Like I guess it's like maybe like a digital code sort of thing. Um, yeah, because I can't remember if they said like money has like either physical bills, digital, or both. We'll just simplify it, say digital, so you don't have to like make a separate trip to a fucking bank. Um, so the guy hands you over the money, and then he calls over the radio for some officers to take a suspect into custody, and so these two guys come out and they handcuff Scoresby, all this, and then they Scoresby looks at you one more time and he glares, and then one of the officers like pushes him in the back and like just like a keep moving kind of thing, and they take him off to parts unknown. um so, and the officer says, you've done a great service for your empire. Uh, best of luck on your further endeavors. And then with that, he leaves.
Cool.
So you now have an additional $100,000. Somebody wants to mark that up in your uh, group loot. Go for it. Oh, and also you would also be paid for the actual contract. So you have basically you've earned $2.6 million from this.
Oh wow.
Not necessarily from just Scoresby, but like from the job and Scoresby. So you now have $2,600,000. Um, is somebody gonna keep track of that?
I just added I just added 100,000 to the to cash. So
Okay.
um,
But there's also an additional 2 million, right?
2.5.
2.5. So 2, and then bring this. Oh wait, actually that would be. We have
3.1.
3 million. Yeah, 3.1 million.
Yeah, 3.1.
Wow. Lots of money.
Yep, there we go. Luke, shut up.
Um,
Luke can starve.
okay. So yeah, and you're still on Earth, so the question is, do you want to go to like a regular sort of civilian market, or do you want to try to take a shot at, looking at the black market as well? Because I'll tell you this much. So for if you want to get the suits I talked about before, or a replacement arm, like a cybernet like robot arm for Arthur, both of those are
Hmm.
things you can find on the civilian market, like without having to search around for it.
Um, I can tell you what I would like to do, just for me.
Smart gun ammo.
Um, I would like to get a little bit more ammo. Yeah.
Well, and that's you guys are gonna have to locate a black market and see if they have ammo. So, um,
Okay.
before that though, well, do you guys want to handle the black market first, or you want to like buy some stuff on the civilian market?
No,
Uh,
Where do we think we could find? I mean, what do we? Yeah, do we do? Is there things we could get at the civilian market first that we think we need?
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, if you wanted to get
Yes.
EVA suits with built-in thrusters rather than the cheap, crappy ones that you start with, or if you want to get um, a prosthetic arm for Arthur, those are all things you can find on the civilian market.
Okay.
yeah, I say we head to the civilian first, and can we
Yeah.
buy the
there you
black
go.
market.
We
Okay.
have the Mark 35 pressure suits as
Yeah.
well, by the way.
Yeah,
Currently, got
those are the ones that you have. Um, so the what I'll do is, so I'm going to ping you guys. So this is the message that describes the different suits. And I'm trying to see if I wrote down what the price of the cybernetic arm for Arthur is. I think I said 20,000. Yep, 20,000. So if you guys want to get a replacement limb, like replacement limbs in general are 20,000 a piece. So you can buy a replacement arm for Arthur for 20 grand. And because he's not here, and I don't want to necessarily like take from his personal balance, uh, I'm not going to spend it from his money out of fairness to the player who's not here.
I could spend the money on it.
Okay.
How much was it? 20,000 you said?
Yeah, 20,000 for getting him a replacement arm.
Okay. There we go. 20,000 spent.
Awesome. Okay. So, and do you guys want to buy one of the two different kinds of suits that I was describing?
Yeah, so the Mark 50 is the one that they have
In Alien.
in Alien, and the uh that's not it. Every time I open up the armor and I just see the power load, I'm like, oh my god, it's a power loader. Which one was? Oh yeah, there it is. The Eco 2 All World
Yep.
Systems. Hostile. Okay. And where does it say? Because like this, we have a. Where does it say like the penalties and modifier? Is
The
it there? Oh,
penalties
there it
and
is.
modifiers, yeah. So
Found it.
the Mark 35 has a -1 to all agility rolls, whereas the Eco series of suits, both the Eco and Eco 2, do not.
Yeah. The Eco does not have any penalties, and neither does the Mark 50. But the Eco has thrusters,
Yeah.
so
Both versions of the Eco have thrusters. It's just the Eco 2, like Eco 2 for some reason is cheaper. Um, and I mean it weighs 3, but it has the same air and it has like double the armor.
Yep. I'll pick up the Eco 2.
Okay, 20,000.
Cool. Let me
Um,
actually use a calculator to minus
yeah,
this because
yeah. I mean,
my math skills are
so
they're okay at best on most days. Um,
let's see. So,
I
well,
guess I'll. I don't. There's not much I really need to buy, so I feel like I should grab maybe an Eco 2 as well, since
okay.
I help out with repairs quite often. It could
Yeah.
be good. I'll also have
I
to have
mean,
at least two.
it probably wouldn't hurt if we all had just a just in case situation. But that's me thinking like, ooh, this is cool. Why not pick it up?
Yeah, if you want to do that, then you're free to do so. Um,
Cool. I added that to my
okay. Yeah, one of those to your sheet.
sheet,
Um,
and I will put that in my locker.
okay.
So I'm not carrying that around
The
just every day.
Yeah, it's fair. It'd be awkward carrying that around. The Eco suit is like the one that looks like those big diving suits that are for like deep pressure, like
Yep.
going in the
If you've
trench.
seen Alien Covenant, the Eco, like the regular Eco, um is that like yellow suit with thrusters. The Eco 2, I'm assuming, is more bulky, like those diving pressure suits that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
That's how
I'll
I
grab.
imagined it anyway.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I was like trying to figure out what it looked like, and I looked up. I'm like, what does this look like? And there it is, the Eco 2. It is a Yeah, it is a pretty bulky looking suit. It looks awesome though. Yeah. I'll buy one of those as well.
Okay. The Eco or Eco 2?
Eco 2.
Okay, so yeah, just deduct how much money it would cost you. It would be 20,000, so 20,000 minus whatever you have. Um, and then you can add that to your sheet. Martin, do you want to buy one as well?
Okay.
All right, so 20,000, and then like subtract that, and then you can add one to your sheet.
Okay. I'm going to subtract 20,000 from here, so that is now 317315. And even I am on my inventory. Can you?
What's up?
How do I?
How do you what?
How do I move stuff to my locker?
Right click the pencil and then add to locker on an item.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm being an idiot. Which item is it?
The Eco 2 all world system
Okay.
hostile suit.
And I can drag and drop that onto
Yeah.
my. Yep, there it is. Okay, it's inactive.
Okay, so if you want to move it to your foot locker, you can right click on it and then hit add to locker.
I was able to. It was being a little finicky for some
Okay.
reason. It was like does not recognize.
Yep.
But then it went. So I guess it worked out.
Mine is fighting me back.
Yeah. That's
What, you
mine
can't
was
put it
When
in
I,
there?
well, when I right click on it, it doesn't do anything. Doesn't show me
I'm
anything.
saying right click on the pencil icon.
Oh.
Right click on the pencil and there's an option called
Oh.
add to locker.
Yep. There we go.
Okay, there you go. Yep. So. Okay, and did you guys want to
Sorry.
also? Is there anything else you want to buy in the civilian market, or do you want to look in the black market?
Let's see. We bought an arm, a replacement arm. We bought suits. I don't know. Is there anything that
Because I
we
know
need to
Martin said he
tweak?
wanted to look for um, a
All I want is ammo. That's
yeah.
it. Because I think my smart gun works. I just feel I need more ammo.
Okay, so now it's as we've established before, to locate a black market on a planet, you'll need to do a either Comtech at -2 or -2 manipulation. So whoever wants to do one of those.
Can Comtech?
Yeah, it's either Comtech at -2 or -2 manipulation.
Can
I could do the Comtech roll for us.
okay.
Nice. Let me just make sure I have everything inactive that won't affect it. Oh,
Okay.
hello, who joined?
Yeah, I got Arthur here.
Hi, Blitzy. Oh, speaking of Arthur, we got
Yeah,
you got your replacement arm, man.
Yeah, I bought you a replacement arm.
It wouldn't be a game if it weren't for technical
Yep.
difficulties.
So let's see. Did somebody do the contact roll already? Nope.
I have not yet. Let
Okay.
me
Tools would
let me
not
go
apply to
through and
this,
make
by the
sure
way.
I've removed stuff. Yep. Cool. Yes, I've turned everything off. Comtech -2. All right, let's go.
There you go.
Nice.
Okay, so
There we
you
go.
locate a black market, probably God Earth, God knows where, like Somalia, I guess, I don't know. So you locate a black market. I don't know what government block Somalia would be in, but um, it's slightly more urbanized and developed than it is now. 100 years tends to do that. So, and then I can't remember what we established for because I originally had it of a, like roll a d6, but I think it
Hello?
was, hey, what's up?
Sorry, yeah, technical difficulties.
Yeah, I can tell. Um, so while you're getting that sorted, I think it was manipulation to, like, I think Tom suggests we do manipulation to see if the item is in stock, and then you roll like a d3 to see how many of the item is available. So who has the highest manipulation of the current players?
Check skills. Manipulation.
I could attempt it. 'Cause I have the empathy. I don't have any manipulation, but
You have the highest. You have 3.
Well, I'll say this much:
exactly.
you could potentially have one of the NPCs, like you could get an assist from somebody. Like, let's see, so
That's true. That was more funny.
yeah, Ohio Tobias has a 1 in manipulation, so he'll be helping you like look around.
Great.
So you get a
Great.
+1 from him.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to look up. While I was thinking about it. I was trying to look up. I'm going to look into
Getting what?
I assume the answer
different
is
grenades for my grenade launcher.
Ooh.
Sorry, this is me thinking
Well,
aloud.
those are separate. Those would be separate roles, but
What kind of grenades are you
That's fine.
looking for? I have some extras, I think. If can we share some of my grenades?
Okay, so manipulation.
yep, you get a
The
+1 from Chef helping
+1.
you.
Great. I definitely know what I'm gonna have someone train me in later.
Oh, nice. Okay, so that was for the smart gun ammo. So now roll a
Woo.
D3 to see how many rounds of it you find. Two extra drums of it. There you go. That's a 50% markup, just as a reminder. So let me see how much ammo smart gun reload is, because it's 5% of the weapon. How much is the smart gun, Marty? Because you have it up on your sheet.
How much it is?
How much does
What do
it
you
cost
mean?
in the smart gun?
It doesn't say the cost. Whoa!
Huh? You just guns down the shop owner?
um,
Sorry.
let me see. It's
It
6,000.
doesn't say the cost.
Well, you have to look at. I
What?
just realized you have to look at the pencil. Um,
It's a percentage of the base weapons
yes.
price,
So
isn't
it's
it?
5% of 6,000, which is 300, and then
Oh,
50% of 300 is 150.
150.
So each reload is
$450.
$450.
okay. So $900.
Yeah, subtract 900, and then you get 2 reloads.
Okay. So that means I now have 5 reloads. And I am $900 lighter, so that is 55.900. Okay. And we're done.
Okay. Anybody else want to find something at the black market?
I want to see if I can pick up some electroshock grenades for myself.
Oh, like the G2 grenades.
Yep.
Okay. So and
Whatever the sorry. Go ahead.
another that's another manipulation roll. You get a bonus of 1 from Chef. And then if you succeed, then you can roll a d6 or roll a d3 and see how many grenades you get. So let's do the manipulation roll first.
Here's the manipulation.
You succeed, excellent.
Great. D3. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it can't. Yeah, if we need crowd control stuff, I prefer to have them and not need them than need and not have
Right.
them.
Okay, so roll a d3 to see how many. Oh,
Ooh.
nice. So you got 3 of them. So how much is each of those grenades worth?
They're 400 apiece.
Okay, 400. So 50%. So in this case, 600 apiece.
I can pick up 3. That's 1,800.
Yep.
If I did math correctly. Cool.
What kind of
I
grenade do you
shall.
buy?
The G2 electroshock grenades, basically the sonic electronic
Yeah.
ball breakers that Hudson mentioned. That's what those are.
Okay, that sounds fun.
Should I add the grenade itself to my sheet, or
Yes.
just add it as like a cool?
Yeah, just
Just wanted
because
to check.
that way you roll the grenade, and then you would just set the reloads to 3.
3. Great. And we'll take off that money.
The usually non-lethal shock.
minus 1800. What's that? Goods.
Oh, cool. I'm immune to electroshock grenades, it
Yep.
seems. That's cool. Man,
You'd
Like
think
the
the
rest of
robot would be like especially
vulnerable.
vulnerable to that.
because I drink my milk, you know?
You drink your own
Makes me
milk.
strong. Makes me strong. Strong immune system. Strong bones.
Ugh.
Right. I was gonna ask. So Arthur, now that you're here, just as a recap. So Miller bought you a replacement arm, or
That's very nice. How much did that cost?
20 grand.
Oh yeah, let me get you back for that.
Yeah, I mean, because I didn't make you pay it because I was like, well, you're not here, and I technically don't really
Yeah.
approve of like spending people's resources, without their consent kind of deal. So, um,
I took 20K from my cash, so just add that to yours.
okay.
Thank you.
So, um, yeah, so you added so now you have a replacement prosthetic arm. I don't think there's anything on the sheet that actually uh lets you do that. And also, Arthur, you could honestly put Miller as your buddy now if you want. Um,
Yeah, I
I
think that would be
I
a good reason.
yeah,
um I do. It would be cool to find one of these, wouldn't it?
fine. What?
A sentry gun.
I was
Uh,
just looking at that.
I'm like, I'm
Oh,
I was thinking
oh,
the same
Jesus.
thing.
great. We are definitely buddies. Great minds think alike. We're at a
I'm
black
looking
market.
at it. It's like that's
I mean,
definitely dangerous, but
well, I'm just thinking. I think we know the dangers of a sentry gun. We haven't like fully gone into like faced a sentry gun, but we've had problems with a sentry gun. Um, Luckily, we just sort of left the ship and it blew up. But it could be useful, especially. I think Miller's thinking like last time there were some close calls, and it would have been nice to set up a sentry gun while we were trying to take a break and stuff.
you have a
And
sentry
like,
gun. It's called Martin.
Exactly.
but Martin can panic.
I get it. You want the cold, cruel steel of the sentry gun to do your dirty work.
that's a
I
way of describing it. Damn.
I'm technically not pulling the trigger. I'm just setting whatever happens, happens. I didn't mean it like that, but now that you say it, I wasn't thinking. I just think sentry guns are neat. I- I mean, I'm trying to justify it character-wise, but me Harrison just thinks they're really cool.
Well, you're not wrong. I mean, I love the sentry guns.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite scenes, and they cut
Yeah,
it from the original film,
yeah.
but
I mean, the
those
sentry guns,
birds.
as I said before, they're the heroes of aliens. Anyway, okay. So now, if you do want to buy a sentry gun, like you could, do a black market, another roll to try to find one.
Would give a look.
Now,
Yeah.
as
Oh,
much as I'd love to have one, I feel like that should be like a difficult role.
it should be a difficult. Like it should
Um,
not. Like I feel like ammo. It's black market ammo makes sense. Full blown sentry gun.
Yeah, I mean, because there are some items that the game actually says that like there's so basically
Yeah.
the particle beam phalanx that Hudson mentions in Aliens, like even the black market doesn't want to dabble with those
Yeah.
because it, sa-
Oh,
it says
fun.
it says either your unit is assigned one or you steal it.
It,
Um,
it sounds funny, but like,
I
yeah,
mean, do we
particle
want to
beam.
pick
You
one
wouldn't
up?
expect some shady dude selling shit out the trunk of a car to just have a particle beam.
exactly. So in this case for the sentry gun, so yeah, I'll say it's because you guys bring up a fair point, and I applaud everybody for that. Um, Honestly, for you know what, for at least in this occasion, because I appreciate you guys like wanting to make it a challenge this time. Yeah, everybody will get one additional point of XP. for that because I'm just genuinely impressed, and I feel like that kind of play like should be rewarded, even if it's not necessarily constantly. So just make a note of that.
Yeah,
Let's see.
definitely.
Uh,
It
Well,
definitely feels like an item that's like it's probably tough to get a
okay,
hold
I'm,
of.
so now the
I
caveat though.
just added one. Yep,
Yeah,
I
if
just
you guys
added
want to
one
add it,
HP.
yeah, if you want to do that now, you won't be able to spend it right now, but now here, but the caveat though is that you still have the penalty. So what I'm going to say is it's going to be for the sentry gun because there's no rarity system like Star Wars. It'll be mm, -2. You still get
Okay.
the benefit from Ohio Tobias helping you, so that all in all, it's just a -1. See if you can find a sentry gun.
Good.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Okay, so 12. So what is 50% of 12,006? Okay, so you're looking at spending $18,000.
I got 18,000.
Yeah, God, you guys are rolling hot with these manipulations, especially with such a shit pool.
Yeah, I
I-
would.
Thank you.
Not if you are.
Okay, so
Uh,
you buy a
do we have
sentry
to
gun,
buy? Do we
ammo
have to buy
separately, yes.
reload? Cool.
Oh, Jesus,
Okay,
I just
so
noticed the sentry gun
I
is
can
damage
spend the
4.
money on it since.
Okay, but well, again, though, you do have to make another uh, manipulation roll with the same difficulty to try to find reloads for it.
Okay.
yep, I can do that.
Yep. All right.
We're just gonna have an empty sentry gun.
It's like it's the scratch and dent model that the store didn't want to
Yeah.
deal with. So
The sensors are broken, the barrel is warped, but you can. It's a nice home improvement project. You can fix her up and it'll work
Yeah.
just fine. Do you want to push
Is there?
that?
We fixed our ship.
Devastating.
yep, I'll push.
Hey,
Oh no.
we fixed our ship, so
Oh
Okay,
damn.
Oh,
so
well, I don't find thing, but I have to roll stress because
yep,
I stress myself out. This is great.
you're fine. Um, okay, so yeah, but unfortunately, the guy, the dealer say like, oh, like there were some guys who stole this from some Colonial Marines, but that was only because it ran out of ammo. It's like, well,
Of
it ran out of
course.
ammo, it can't shoot us, so well, let's just steal it. So that's the origin story of your sentry gun.
You
Cool.
know that thing was
I
pissed
love
as
it.
they were picking it up and running off with it.
Yeah. Well, no. Here's the thing. It's like I don't keep it loaded, son. You'll have to find ammo as you go.
I love it.
That's fair.
Should we also just pick up head-mounted sights, or because it says
That
you
is a
can
good
use it
point.
remotely?
Head mounted sights. Yeah, that's. I mean, there wouldn't be a penalty to find those because those are somewhat common, at least as far as a black market item goes, because you just kill a smart gunner and take his or her sight. Um,
These were
Okay.
all looted off of corpses.
Pretty much. They just pretty much they're battlefield scavengers. So
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean,
Uh,
technically,
do I still
ex-military could have
get
sold their own gear.
use.
do I get Ohio Tobias's
Yeah,
roll?
yeah. Chef helps you with that. So
Great. Uh,
Chef's like, I was an ex-colonial marine. I know how to find this stuff. um, okay, so you found it. That's good. So roll d3, see how many you find.
we're just gonna roll up into battle with some of us like wearing these just to remotely operate it.
Oh my god.
Okay,
What?
so how much is a head-mounted sight?
It is
200.
200.
$200. So you're looking at $300 per sight.
Okay.
So, and you found 3 of them. So it's up to you guys who wants to have the 3
I'll pay
sights.
for it.
Oh, cool.
I'll pay for it if I get one. Dibs.
Okay, so then you get
Sure. We'll pick up all three of them.
okay. So Arthur, you're looking at $900 for 3 sites.
and what do these sites do?
They let you, at least in game terms, so in universe they're actually the same sites that Vasquez and Drake wore for the smart guns, but in this game what they do is they basically let you choose targets for a sentry gun. Because normally the sentry gun is like GM controlled in a
Right.
sense, but in this case with the sentry gun, like if you have a head mounted sight, you basically get to choose what target the sentry gun rolls or attacks.
Oh, so this applies only to
The sentry gun, not the smart gun.
Okay, got it.
Ooh, I could. Should I buy one of those?
Well, you
Instead
don't
of...
have to buy it because Arthur paid for it.
Oh.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
paid
we
for all
just have to
3.
distribute them.
Yeah, so but he took one for himself, so you have 2 left, and you get to
That's fair.
decide who takes them. And just as a reminder with the sentry gun that it does not use um your stats, like your range combat stuff, because it basically has its own like AI. It's just like I would let you do the roll to see what the sentry gun shoots. Because by default it basically shoots the first target it sees, but you can make it instead shoot like a specific target.
Yeah, it says it has ranged combat 8.
Yeah. Technically
And
technically ranged combat 10 because it has a bonus of 2.
oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a really weird way of putting it.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's all good.
I mean, that's pretty good. I've noticed it doesn't have a weight. I threw it in a.
Well,
I
that's
just put it in
because
a
it
lock.
in the core book it's described as like their rules are like if it doesn't have a weight listed it's too heavy to carry. Though the thing is that what I kind of the conclusion I came to later on is that basically it's not like you can pick the sentry gun up and use it like a gun, but you can still carry it like into position.
Okay.
So basically,
Yeah,
what I would do for everybody who has a head-mounted sight, I will add the sentry gun to your sheet, and then obviously you have to specify who's going to choose the target when you actually use it,
mhm,
and when you actually get ammo for it. Um,
yeah. Uh, I suggest maybe Martin takes one of them, and who's our other like main combat person?
Arthur, but like it's mainly Arthur and Martin who are the heavy gunners of the PCs, and Zavadska is the heavy of the NPCs because she carries the same giant flamethrower that Arthur has.
Um, in the interest in keeping it all like a player character have like the head-mounted sights. If no one's against it, I could possibly take it until we have the entire table, and
Well,
then we can pass it off.
another option is Horgust has a total range combat of 6, and he's the squad commander. Um,
Yeah, I suggest giving it to Horgus. That
so
sounds
he
like a
can
good
like because
thing.
he tends to command from the rear.
Yep.
Mhm.
He could potentially um, so I'll add one of the head mounted sights to his sheet. Um, and
So, the head-mounted sight lets us choose the target, but the gun itself still uses its stats,
yeah, the
right?
gun itself uses its stat. It's just that the head mounted sight so basically the sentry gun is designed as such that like it shoots the first like it's always in Overwatch mode. It shoots the first target it sees, but if you want it to shoot a specific target, then you can choose which target you want it to attack, and then I'll let you make the roll for seeing if it shoots it.
Yeah, that
And
makes.
luckily, you guys all have fucking IFF transponders in your armor, so it won't shoot you.
Yeah.
Though, if you
Yeah.
have any civilians or allies without any IFF transponders, then they may not be so lucky.
I've played enough GTFO to know where this is going.
Okay. Um. So you got the head-mounted sights divvied up. Anybody else want um to make any searches for black market gear?
Nope.
Um, I forget. Is there like a? I believe there's like a weapon-mounted flamethrower unit, correct?
Yes. Which is, I believe, the what is it called? The ID-23 underbarrel incinerator. Now, here's the thing: you could get a standalone flamethrower, or like the underbarrel flamethrower unit, or you could get firebomb ammo for your grenade launcher. The
I'll go with the
U4,
fire
yep,
bombs.
U4
I think that's
QTC
better.
firebombs. Yep, I think it actually is because I think the firebombs have fire intensity of 12, whereas the flamethrower only has a fire intensity of 7.
Fun.
So
Uh,
firebombs are definitely better.
great. I
Flamethrower.
don't see it in the weapons, so
Are you looking in UD or not UD U4
It's
QTC?
yeah, it's called a U4 QTC. It's gonna be at the near the. Actually, where? Actually,
There's no
no,
show
I.
players option for items, weirdly enough. But the fire bombs they're $600 a reload.
Yeah, they're not showing up there.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Well, the folders should be visible because I made weapons visible to you guys.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
most of the
I'm
weapons.
looking under the weapons. It isn't popping up as like an option.
Let me just double check that the folder has
The only reason I know the name is
permissions.
because I have one on me.
Jesus Christ!
No.
What the heck?
Miller has a few different types of
Okay,
grenades on
do you
him.
see the weapons folder?
Oh, it seems all of it popped
Yes.
up now.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So you should
There we go.
yeah, scroll to the bottom. You see it's actually above the sentry gun.
But yeah, cool. I think that's another manipulation check. I take
Yep.
it. Still the +1 bonus.
Yeah, from Tobias.
Cool. I just wanted to check in case they were like, super hard to find.
Well, you were looking at a fucking sentry gun that was like I think $18,000, and it was a very expensive rare piece of military tech. So that's kind of a different thing. Whereas ammo is there you go again.
I roll like hot today with
No
manipulation.
shit.
This is gonna be the downside if we actually go into combat. I'm gonna roll for shit and die.
Yep.
Ugh.
Okay, so you
Aw,
find one thing of firebomb reloads, so that is going to be $900.
cool. Let me add that to my sheet before I forget. Firebomb.
Okay.
I'm so thankful I got the pack mule because I can carry so much more stuff.
Yep.
On the top of my list for skills to get or talents, I guess technically.
Let me do this. 900. We're just buying enough stuff for a small army, and this this guy we're buying it off. I was like, God damn.
Feels like, you know what? Earth is probably one of the best places to find a lot of stuff.
Well, no, this is basically the just posting in Steel Talons. Like this is the like Somalian arms dealer.
Right.
Like you guys you're lining his pockets with thousands of dollars, and he's like going into Mr. Krabs mode.
I like those black market planets, like entire planets that are just.
I mean, they gotta make a living somehow. Where
I was
there's
talking.
money, there's money.
I was talking earlier that maybe we would want to get a. In the future, I mean, we want a better ship, of course, mainly, but I love our APC, but it's also, I guess, has trouble in certain terrains, right?
Well, just don't blow the transaxle, and you'll be fine.
There it is.
I'm worried about blowing the transaxle.
Well,
Though.
let me put it this way: don't run over any aliens, and then because that's really
God, I
what
Is
did
have.
there
the end.
anything?
So what?
Well, hold on, Arthur was
What's
saying
that?
something
Suppose-
first. What were you saying, Arthur?
I don't suppose there's a big fuck off plow that we could attach to the front of the APC.
That would be amazing.
Oh my god. Unfortunately, no, but it is a very funny thought.
Damn.
There is, what is it? The Chinese version of it, whatever that group is,
The UPP.
They have like they have a military APC that's just like huge,
Yeah,
like just giant.
has
But I don't even
massive
think it could fit in our
wheels.
ship. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Got
don't think
massive
that
wheels.
thing's fucking massive. But Marty, you were saying something?
I get what I wanted to say.
Oh,
It can't have been important then.
okay.
So.
Well, I just want to give you that opportunity. Okay. So, is there any other shopping anybody wants to do?
Gotta re up on hard liquor.
Oh. I do remember.
Alright, what's up?
Uh, was that driving over the alien? Was that what blew the transaxle?
Yeah,
You think so?
yeah.
I thought it was because they were on rough terrain and she was just
They just
driving like
ran.
a like.
They ran over an alien with acid blood.
That's fair, but I think it even says in
Well, they were
the
driving over rough terrain on their way there, so.
Yeah, and I think the APC was like basically like it's an off-terrain vehicle that's
Well, the APC
unknown.
has the major design flaw in terms of having a very low hull.
Wait,
Mm.
didn't she like actually jump the AP? Like, didn't she almost like
Yeah, it went
ramp
like
off of
yeah, it
something?
went
I
like
think
Oh yeah.
that's might have what broke the axle, if I'm being perfectly
I don't
honest.
know. I still think it was the alien blood that fucking fried it. But either way,
Could have.
so um the um yeah, so was anybody going to buy anything? Last call.
I'm good.
Nothing personally.
Damn, pretty good.
Okay. Well, Arthur, is there anything you had in mind, like that you needed to buy for your character?
Uh, various sharp objects, like I don't know. You think they got a big box of like razor blades?
Um, I mean, you've already got a cutting torch and a fucking flamethrower and a shovel.
You think it like improvised thrown weaponry?
You can get a
It's been working out pretty well.
well, you can use a uh, you can throw knives, and um, you can also use a surgical kit as melee.
Okay,
Like
okay.
that's the thing in the game is the surgical kit is described as while they're intended to save lives, in a pinch they make for great cutting weapons.
I mean, you aren't wrong.
Yeah.
Uh, actually, one last thing. Any more harpoon grappling ammo?
That's something you could just buy from a civilian market, but I would still say roll a d3 to see how many they have. Like you don't need to do a roll to find them. You can just you'd have to just see how much they have in stock.
Okay, should I do that now or?
Yeah. All right, 3 harpoons, and
Hey,
if the harpoon gun is what is it? It's $300. So what is 5% of 300? Of 300 is 15. So 15 bucks per harpoon.
Okay,
that
yeah,
is
I'm gonna stock up.
stunningly cheap.
Okay.
And that's all.
I like how you're buying ammo, but you're just not using ranged weapons other than like beer bottles and your shovel.
Listen, listen. If I don't want to run out, okay? I got a lot more bottles than I have bullets.
I mean, it could be like I was playing a game of Twilight recently where an NPC basically like chucked a knife at one of our one of the team members and somehow managed to like crit with the throwing knife and like broke that person's rib. So, you know,
Oh my gosh.
I'm not surprised anymore. And it was like a really long shot too. The NPC was like literally out of a window, tossed the knife, and somehow managed
I just
to
remember in
break a
this game
rib.
that Dracula tried to do the same thing and failed miserably. Bleh.
I mean, stranger things have happened, man, but definitely you're just gonna roll up with your harpoon gun and start just
Yeah,
shooting people.
yeah.
I That image is not something I ever thought I'd be imagining.
Oh my
You know,
god.
I
It is a
wasn't
funny one
planning on it,
regardless.
but now that you mention it,
I imagine we're just having this conversation as you're picking up your harpoon bolts and you're like the light in your eyes, like a kid on Christmas opening a nice shiny toy.
Well, no.
I
Here's
could
here's
use
yet
this in combat.
here's yet another Bad Company reference. At least it's like reminds me. In this case, reminds me of my first harpoon gun. I was the happiest 4-year-old in the county. Now, replace that. Replace harpoon with shotgun, and that's an actual line from Battlefield Bad Company. This reminds me of our first shotgun. I was the happiest 4-year-old in the county.
First shot.
That's great.
Anyway, okay, so you got your harpoons, you got everything else, so you guys are ready to get underway. I take it.
I think so.
You okay?
Well,
fucking armed to the teeth. Um,
Yeah.
so I'll say so. Now the actual mission comes into play. So I guess while you're taking off, and we'll say that you're maybe like monitoring like civilian, uh, like radio signals, like wavelength, yada yada yada. You actually get while you're in Three World Empire held space, you do get a distress call. Um, did I have that in my notes somewhere? Hold on, hold please. Um, did you? Let's see. So you get a message from uh, from a from a dude who just want to make sure that this is the right one. I'll share this on screen. Show players. There you go. Just take a minute to read over that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
It's all good.
trying to. Yeah, inventory's weird.
If you're trying to like move it to your locker or something, just right click on the pencil icon and then.
I see. I don't have the. Oh, I had the window too small for the
Oh,
icon to be there. My bad.
it's all good.
That we're on Fury. Oh, is that the one from Aliens 3? I take it. Or is
Uh,
that a different one?
out of character, yes.
I love it.
Yep.
It's
Fury
gonna be great.
161 is where the prison planet, like or the prison colony was.
And, and Martin goes, of course we get a message about a prison planet after
Yeah.
we drop off.
I think that's one that's on the ass end of organized space, so
Of
mighty long
course.
way to take them.
Well, I'll say this much. I circled it in orange that Fury 161 is down here, sort of towards the border of American space and Imperial space.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Um, so the question is now: do you want to overcharge your engines to try to get there faster?
I mean, I take it that if their ship's malfunctioning, it could.
Might need us to get there as fast as possible, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
So let's look at um, spacecraft basics. I think somewhere around here.
So,
Yo.
so can I want to ask something more about generic world. So, how known are the xenomorphs?
Xenomorphs are something that that's a good question. It's very so the most that most people know about xenomorphs, um, or at least on the civilian sector, like civilian side of things, there was a book that was written by the lone survivor of Alien 3 called Space Beast that
Okay.
basically like Weyland-Yutani, they covered up the incident on Fury 161 as like the Sulaco and EEV crashed there and it had a rare strain of cholera that killed everybody there. That was their cover story. Robert Morse wrote a book saying, no, it wasn't cholera. There was a creature that basically came from LV-426, which is another thing that Weyland-Yutani is trying to cover up. That there was a creature uh, that he called the Dragon that came to Fury 161 and pretty much killed everybody there. And Wayland Yutani was trying to cover it up, even if it meant basically killing colonists, marines, and prisoners. The thing is, Wayland Yutani banned that book basically the instant it was published, but there are like pirated copies that people have read. So people kind of like some people. It depends on if your character's actually read Space Beast or like got a hold of it. But there's no.
And how would we establish that?
That's a good question. Maybe I'll say roll a d6, and if you get a success, then your character has read Space Beast, and that goes for everybody present.
Is there
Oh,
a? Sorry, is there a?
Just slash r space
Slash
d6.
R? Okay.
Or at the bottom, use
Yeah, there's a
at the
dice
Oh,
roll
yeah.
bottom
thing.
is
Cool.
yeah, dice tray.
What I'll do to make it a little more convenient for you guys, because I do want the story to ideally progress a bit, is I will. Oh Jesus! I'll roll for the NPCs. I won't roll for Mike because he probably hasn't read a book in his life, but um, so
can Mike even read? Is
Wouldn't be
a
surprised if
very
Mike
rude
has like fought
question.
a xenomorph though.
oh my God.
It's okay. We
I'll
don't. It's fun
just
going in not knowing.
yeah, I'll
Not
just say
knowing.
one of
So
the
we have no idea.
NPCs let's say Amelia, she would like she mentions that um she would have actually, I mean, granted it was a copy like poorly translated into Polish, but she had read Space Beast at one point. Basically, she kind of fills you in on uh, what she learned, which is basically what I was just explaining. That
Okay.
um, you know, it's not really known like public knowledge that xenomorphs exist, but the book that Morse wrote implies it. Like he's very adamant about it. And there's nothing that proves it's true, but there's nothing that proves that it isn't.
We all trust Wailing Utani, right? They've never done anything wrong to us. They're they're a, they're a fine company with
I
good
mean, we would
morals.
know that.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. We would know that Wayland Yutani is a bunch of, well, douchebags.
Yeah, I was
No,
about
they're
to say.
douchebags. Yeah, but we kind of work for them a lot of the time.
Well, and also the thing is that Wayland and China, like they're very good at covering their tracks in a lot of these, because like I said, they publicly declare that, oh, the reason why Fury 161 went dark was because the Sulaco, there was like this disease aboard the EEV that crashed there and it killed everybody, like basically a plague that wiped everybody out. Likewise with LV-426, because that's really the big one. With an entire colony versus like a small group of prisoners. LV-426, there have been all sorts of things like mainly Wayland Yutani is pointing the finger at the UPP and they're saying, oh, it was the UPP attack. And the United Americas were actually doing like a military, like an investigation. Um, and they were saying that there's actually an outpost, this one right here, yeah, Snowy Outpost. They are actually saying like, oh, it must have. That's the closest one to Zeta Reticuli, so they launched an attack from there, but that hasn't been proved either.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, overall, aliens are, um, basically it's a case of now on the military side of things, there are service members who may have encountered them, but they're usually either disbelieved because it's like a tall tale, like bar story kind of thing, or it's a case where their commanders or the company just tries to keep them quiet. So that's like an out of
Well,
character thing.
yeah, because I was gonna say the armor, the P5, not that. That's the power loader. What is the name of it?
Ape suit.
The is it the ape suit?
The ape suit is the
Uh,
one that the commandos in Alien 3 wore, like the weird looking, like full face mask suit.
um, no, the one that um like slowly kills you.
Oh,
That
the
you talk
Mox,
about?
like the power suit.
Yeah, because that's in this game, right? And that was actually like originally built with the idea of fighting xenomorphs in mind, right?
Right, but the thing is
Exactly.
that is actually like a military black ops project. Like I know it's
Yeah,
in
like
the
a
items
very
list, but
top
that's
secret. Like
yeah,
it's in the we cannot get one of those unless we
you can't
have
get one of those, and it's entirely possible that you guys don't even know they exist.
Yeah, we probably don't even know they
Mhm.
exist. It's a military black.
And
So yeah,
even if you did know they exist, you wouldn't know that they were created for fighting xenomorphs. It's just like,
I
oh,
feel
this is a
like
military like power suit project just for fighting the enemy, not actually for fighting xenomorphs.
there's probably like a okay amount of like military personnel who know about it, but it's all definitely top secret, and they're not gonna bring it up.
Exactly. Whether that's the company making them be quiet or their superiors, probably on orders of Wayland Yutani making them be quiet. Like basically, um, the company, they're obviously, I mean, as everybody players know, they're always trying to exploit the alien, and that means they don't want their competitors to get a hold of them. So that's why they
I
try to
don't.
keep it quiet.
I'm still a little confused on what the there is to exploit from the alien, from
Making
the
them
xenomorph.
bioweapons or like use it. Like I don't know if you guys have read Alien: The Weyland Yutani Report, but at the end of the book they actually show all these like hypothetical technologies like acid-proof armor, acid spraying gun thing, um, all sorts of weird looking shit. Like basically
If
the.
you've ever seen,
Sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry,
No, you
I
go
was gonna
first.
say, if you ever seen the movie Alien Revelations, I believe it is, or
Alien Resurrection.
Resurrection, yeah, like that program they were doing where they like cloned Ripley I think it was for like a bioweapon because they were
Well, they
had like
cloned
a whole
Ripley
bunch.
because like the only reason they cloned Ripley is because
Yeah,
she
the
had
Queen,
the
right?
Queen. Like they got blood
And then they
samples that
used
Clemens took from her.
yeah, then they used uh the Queen that they grew from Ripley to make more xenomorphs and
Yep,
attempt to like weapons.
exactly.
But you know, like usual with Alien, it went sideways when
Yep.
they because they're very intelligent
Yeah, they basically
creatures.
killed one of their own so that way the acid would burn through the cage and then yeah.
Mhm.
But anyway, so bottom line is that um, aliens are at most a rumor as far as your
Okay.
characters know.
Right. Okay.
So basically, like what you're, uh, you know, what the guy in the transmission said basically makes no sense at all.
Mhm. Would we be able to try and like find that book? Like obviously not black market, but like find parts of it on the like deep web, I guess.
Um,
Turn a phrase.
in theory, yes. That would probably be a very difficult role, and um, let me just check the modifiers. Um, and I don't have actual text. Like now, I will say from the Wayland Yutani report, there is actually a segment of Space Beast.
Okay.
But I don't have that like digitally that like I can share. But anyway, let's see. Um, so where are modifiers for rolling dice? Because I just want to see like what the hardest one that they would suggest is. Um, formidable. Okay, so yeah, I would say Comtech -3 to search the deep web, and tools will not help with this.
Okay. Can I get help from the either player or NPC that has contact as well to
To represent other
make it
people
less
searching the web as well, yes.
cool?
You can get up to 3 people helping you
I've
if they have at least
okay,
one point of contact. Let's see.
I've turned everything off.
Zavadska has no contact at all. Heather, I know for a fact, yep, Heather has one. The Slayer of Yuppie City Boys has 3. Uh, Chef has none. And Vinny has. So just from the NPCs alone, you could get a +3. Now, of course,
Cool.
Mike. I mean, it's debatable whether he can even read. So, um, well, he was
Just
like,
look for the headlines,
no,
Mike. It's headlines.
no, Mike's like, no, you don't need words to read a porno.
Yeah.
All you had to
Thank
do was
you,
read
Mike.
the pictures.
I'm just imagining that whenever he's like piloting, there's just like a space playboy just
Yeah,
stuck under his
exactly.
seat.
Well, exactly. Well, no, and on top of that, he's reading the picture upside down.
Exactly. It's like, whoa, what is this? Sub-Zero G
Yeah.
stuff? Man, that's next level.
Oh boy, that's hot.
My goodness, he's flexible.
A spice no one can hear you get it on. Anyway, um, so yeah, but so you get a +3 from um those NPCs helping you. Well, actually, I don't think it makes sense for two androids to be searching the net, like, because I just don't really
Yeah.
think that's kind of, especially Vinny with him being arguably stupider than Mike, as a working Joe. Um, so you would get a +1 from um who was it that had actually? Well, hold on, Mike has contact and he's an idiot. So actually, for the NPCs for narrative reasons, I'll say you would have to resort to PCs. If
Okay.
anybody has one or more points of contact, then you can help Evelyn and give her a +1. So does the question is, does anybody have one or more things of contact?
I don't.
From the silence, I'm assuming nobody else does. So Evelyn, looks like you're rolling with a -3 to see if you can find a
If we
copy of
count
Space Beast.
the players that aren't here, because that's what I was doing. I was looking through their sheets as well. Heather, or not Heather, Summer has a 1 point in contact.
That's a valid point. Is it just Summer or does anybody else?
I think it's just Summer
Okay, well
because
Yeah,
Summer
I
I.
think
Summer
it's
will help you, and
just Summer.
you get a +1.
Cool.
But that's a -2
So,
overall.
yep. All right, let's give this a whirl. I've done amazingly well on other rolls. I'll push.
Okay, so you do find a copy of Space Beast. Let me see. Um, so here's how it was described. So there's a line in Space Beast that basically says, you'd think Whalen Yutani would have shown some appreciation that I saved their team from being eaten by a roasted monster, but no joy. That's a part of the reason I want this story out, to clearly make the point that Whalen Yutani is a bunch of ungrateful fuckers. Um, so the book is described at. Well, I'm just looking at the wiki, because I don't have my mini copy with me. The
That's
book
fine.
is a brief recounting of the events that occurred on Fiorina 161 in August 2179, specifically the arrival of Ellen Ripley at the Class C War Correctional Unit on the planet, and the subsequent killing spree carried out by a lone xenomorph that she unwittingly brought with her, leading to the death of virtually all the remaining inmates at the prison. Um, the book, as you're reading it, is very crudely written, um, but it was, um, like, yeah, it just gives you a bit of a recap, kind of describing, um, at least what Morse, the author of the book, Robert Morse, what he knew, like what he witnessed and what he actually, um, had, like access to. Like he describes, like he mentions Ellen Ripley. He mentions that she came from LV-426 aboard the USS Sulaco. Um, and she mentions that, like, according to Morse, Ripley told him and the rest of the prison staff that there was basically the creature that was hunting them came from LV-426 and it killed both all of the colonists as well as a colonial marine squad that went to the planet to investigate.
Mhm.
Um, I don't recall if out of character if I mean, because obviously there were facehuggers in the movie, but I don't remember if Morse ever saw those. For the sake of not contradicting canon, I mean either way I probably will. Um, that is not, like, the facehuggers are not mentioned in the book. Um, but the stuff he does mention, is that there was like he describes what the dragon looked like, as like this creature that ran on all fours, had like a bronze kind of hue to its skin, had a very long bladed tail, no eyes, long domed head, inner mouth that was like spring loaded. Um, Hyper lethal creature. He basically just gives you, like, Yeah, it takes you a while to read. Like I mean, like just because it's a kind of well, I don't know how long Space Beast actually was. But point is, it's just like any other book pretty much. But yeah, it gives you kind of a rundown on at least what happened at Fury 161, which is again the planet you're going to.
Fun. Um, from what I remember of Alien 3, which it's been a hot minute since I watched it,
Same.
I think I don't think they ever saw the face huggers
That's what
because
I'm
I
saying.
think.
Yeah, that was my point. Is that the problem is that the
Mhm,
facehugger, there were two in the movie. There was the one that got Ripley, um, and then there was the one that, uh, got depending on the version of the movie, you see either an ox or a dog. But
mhm,
the problem is the facehugger got that animal before, like, they didn't see the facehugger get it, and they didn't see the chest burster come out. So that part
yeah.
of the equation is left out of the story.
Right.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that was something that only we saw.
Exactly, because like the animal died like somewhere else in the facility. Like I think it died at the same time that Hicks and Newt were cremated, or like like their corpses were. Yeah,
Yeah. Like, because I think they brought the dog was alive, and I think the cow was dead, and they brought it in, and it like chest bursted or something.
yeah. Like like there were two different cuts in the movie. Like in one of them there was a dog that got like a prison
That's the
dog that
one that I
got,
saw.
yeah. But I know there was another version that there was an ox. But either way, there was some sort of animal that got face hugged and died. But the problem is that
Yep.
we as the audience saw that. Robert Morse, the author of the book, didn't. So
Yep.
the face hugger and the chest burster are or well, he saw the chest burster come out of Ripley, but he didn't see the face hugger. So the face hugger is not mentioned in the story.
Fun. So I guess after I like pulled this up and like we were reading it like kind of like oh this is weird.
I would also
Um.
say, well, actually, it doesn't make sense because you're gonna probably reduce it anyway. But you would have probably taken 1 point of stress from reading that book. Um,
Yeah. Definitely. I imagine.
I'm just saying that
We
you
don't know
like.
for
I'm
sure
not
that
gonna make you
this
tally it up
would.
because you're honestly as you're gonna like reduce it anyway from time, like idle time. So it's like I'm just saying narratively, like it disturbs you, but it's not going to have any mechanical consequences.
It's just that thought in the back of my mind of oh this sounds horrifying and let's hope to never run across it.
Exactly.
That lingering fear, which I think is very apt for the alien universe. But back to the story. So after I find it, share the information, I'm just like, I mean, could this be what this guy's been rambling on about, guys, or what do you think?
Well, out of character for my own
Um,
understanding, right quick, are you saying when you say this guy, are you talking about the guy in the distress message or the author of the book?
The author of the book,
Okay.
Morse, sorry, and then I'll say like what Morse is talking about. Do you think that the distress beacon and the book could be related in some way? There's a better way of saying it. My apologies.
I mean, could be anything. There's definitely a lot of. I mean, there's been other life forms that have been discovered, right? And
Yeah.
some have been probably pretty dangerous.
Yeah.
I assume.
I mean,
Could
you
be any
you encountered a
form of.
ship who like there was this ship of poachers that like you didn't see what was in their cargo hold, but I mean they were poaching it. Like aliens as life forms are not a hidden secret. It's just the xenomorphs that
right. So I'm going to point out. Martin is going to point out that the guy is talking about spiders on someone's face and not a big four-legged something.
Mhm.
So
That's true.
um, I'm. I know
Yeah.
better, and I don't like doing
Yeah,
this,
we
but
all know
Martin.
better, but our characters
yeah,
don't.
that's kind of the thing you have to
Right.
distance yourself from when playing an RPG based on
Yeah.
Alien.
Yeah.
Yes. But
Sorry.
Martin
I,
says, I think this guy's talking about something else.
Yeah,
I like
spiders. It
that.
doesn't sound like the same description. Uh,
that's
so
true.
I mean, it on their face. It must be. I mean, that book you were reading sounded like the thing was big, and this sounds like some sort of weird. From I guess what we got from the distress call, a spider and some sort of parasitic organism
Yeah.
rather than some sort of beast.
Yeah.
Well,
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, we probably don't need to bring in, for a small spider, we probably don't need to bring in super high caliber weapons.
Yeah, so
Well,
let's just
We'll
leave all
split
this
up the
expensive shit we bought back on our ship, just go in with like
Not
maybe a
all.
pistol or
We don't
two.
want to accidentally shoot a civilian with an explosive round, right? Should probably be a little careful. It'll be
I mean,
fine.
and leave the incinerators behind as well.
Yeah, I'm
definitely.
glad. You know what? I'm glad we weren't. It's unfortunate we weren't able to find ammo for that sentry gun. I would have loved but good thing we're not running into one of those giant beasts. That sentry gun sounds like it'd be useful against one of them.
Yeah, I
All right.
agree. But still we go in probably armed as usual, just
Yeah,
just in
speed 'em
case. Like
over.
they, it's a distress beacon. They want, I believe, to repair their ship so they can get home. I mean,
I mean, we're
so
talking about an alien life form, and was there any mentions of their ship having any problems, or just the life
The
form?
ship, that's the problem. So basically,
The
just as a
problem.
recap of the briefing, well, hold on, I'll share it again, but basically, just in a nutshell, um, the the first mate is saying that the problem is that the ship is having engine problems, and we don't have a medic. So, well, basically, the ship is having engine problems. The engineer is one of the people who got attacked, and we put her in cryo, so she can't fix the ship, and we don't have any medical technicians who can, fix her, basically. So that's why they're saying like we need either a medic, or B, somebody to fix the engines, or ideally both.
Okay.
mhm.
Oh,
Well,
guess
we can
what?
do both.
We do.
Yeah, we have someone who
can do
Funnily
both.
enough,
Or we could always bring them to a space station. They could probably fix them up in the med bay.
yeah. Here's hoping.
Here's hoping.
But
I mean,
if
all right,
anything, what we could do on this mission is that we repair the ship, but we don't touch the people who are like have been infected by these things. We just we wake the crew that's hardy and hale and let them deal with their own issues. Not to be cold hearted, but
All right, well,
let's not
just so
we're
I
gonna do this
understand,
mission.
section.
now are you talking about like, are you unthawing the people who were attacked to try to help them, or?
Not. I think the plan is to not unthaw them yet. Just the people who haven't been attacked, so we can figure out
Yeah.
what's going on and
Okay.
help them fix the ship. And then maybe we could unfreeze the people who have been attacked and help them, or they could just go to a station if they're if they're in cryosleep. They should be fine. Usually, that stabilizes people pretty well. I think in the alien universe, right? So they could be brought to a station, and then next time it'll be new distress signal from a station. Oh no.
It's a
What
very
plan?
vicious cycle, it seems. We're
Yep.
Fails.
going to be starting.
I mean,
Well,
remember what you described is basically the plot of what kickstarts the plot of Alien Isolation. So
yep, yep.
Yeah, that's true.
I love it. That game freaks me out. DPD's getting Ellen Ripley in the Xenomorph, which is pretty cool though. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Rushing on. We're definitely moving fast. I think was the plan
yeah,
that
so
we
now
talked
to do
about.
that, you would need to let me, where the fuck was it? Because I was reading it earlier. There's an option to overcharge your okay. Um, so heavy machinery roll. It's a one shift of work. Um,
Okay.
so yeah, so do a heavy machinery roll. Your trying to think. Maybe the maintenance jack would probably be applicable for this.
Okay.
I'm assuming Evelyn is doing the role, and of course people can help Evelyn.
How good is Evelyn with? I can definitely help Evelyn. Evelyn's pretty good with it, right? I get plus with the maintenance check. I have 9 in the roll, but
With
I
the
can't push it.
maintenance, yeah, with the maintenance jack, which is like a +1, I have a total of a 7. Jesus Christ, that took way too long, and I feel bad that basic math is my downfall today. I'm so sorry.
Um,
Basic math.
okay,
Is
so
it
I was supposed to
That's
be the smart one in the team.
so you have now. I'll say this much: Vinny will help you, and Zavadska, if you ask her, she'll help you.
And Miller can help you
Okay, so you got
definitely.
+3 from that, and then a +1 from your tool, so that's 4 total.
Yep. I do have the maintenance jack active.
Okay, so
Let me
make your thing.
let me I forgot I need to turn off the bolt gun because it's a heavy thing. I don't want it to add. Cool. Is the cutting torch that as well?
Cutting torch now.
It's heavy machinery, so I need to turn it off.
Yeah.
Cool.
Disable the cutting torch, and basically the only thing of your tools, the only one should be active is the maintenance jack.
Yep. Let's. So 3 and yeah, let's boogie.
Hey.
Okay. What would you like to do with that extra success? Let's see what the stunts are. Yeah. There's
Uh, yeah. Would the you don't need to roll to overcome the exact same challenge in the future applicable in pushing the engines in the
yeah.
future?
I would say so. It makes sense to me. If this is something you do somewhat routinely, then yeah. So it's basically to
Yeah,
overcharge your
cool.
engines, you don't need to do a heavy machinery roll. So that's very good use of a thing. Okay,
Is that
so what?
for every time we do that, or is it just for this
It's
specific
for
line of
every
ship?
time that she tries to overcharge the engines. And keep in mind that's specifically for Evelyn, not for anybody else.
Got it. Yeah.
Um,
You show off.
yeah. So, yeah, so you get so your FTL rating is decreased by 1 step for 1 week. Um, so, oh god, doing the math of this just is annoying. So you have an FTL rating of um now by default 14, but now that is 13. Um, so and the distance is how many parsecs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or actually, is that hold on, one? Yeah, it's 7 either way. Um, so you would need let's see, 7 times what is it? 7 times 14 by default. First, 98 days. Jesus. And by 13, so basically, oh, geez, it's going to take you several months to get there.
Oof.
Um, so hopefully you tell them that.
Yeah.
Yep, we'll definitely send out that message that we can make it. I'll just be a bit.
Yeah. So
So hope you guys are ready for a bit of a
yeah.
nap.
So um, you guys now, do you want to? And also, just want to ask Arthur, you still there? Because I know you're muted, but I don't know if you're like AFK or having trouble.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. Because you've been quiet, I wasn't sure if you wanted to do anything. Um. So does anybody want to tend to anything else before going into hypersleep?
Uh, I mean, if we have time, I wouldn't mind fixing the rest of myself up.
Yeah, you can repair yourself if you want, and you can do that at any point during the journey.
Sure, yeah, I'm gonna try and. It's a Comtech roll?
Yeah, and now I'll
Okay.
say this much because you have 2 other androids aboard the ship. They can actually help you. They will give you a +2
Okay.
to helping yourself because they're like assisting you.
I mean, I could also try
Well,
and
but you would be the problem is you would
fix.
be in cryo
Oh,
sleep.
right. I forget that androids don't go in cryo
Yeah,
sleep
I mean they
in the
can, but
journey.
Yeah. If I want to skip some time,
yeah.
but
So, but we'll say yeah. So you can do um
I might be able
a
to repair
contact
the
roll to see if you.
HSV process as well.
Sorry about that. The sequencing of events in my head was
Actually, honestly, you
not.
know what? I'm just gonna say you. given that you're looking at a journey that's over 90 days, and like you get one attempt per shift, you would basically be doing like hundreds of rolls. So I'm just gonna say you succeed. So just restore all your health.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make you do that fucking many rolls. Um,
Okay.
okay, so during the journey, um, you know, toasters help their fellow toaster heal. Um,
Toaster squad.
yeah. And you gradually sort of zip across the across Imperial space to Fury 161. I also point out that there is actually a thing called gravity drives. Um, that I don't remember what those do, but I think they actually make your ship like much faster. But there are some catches to them, but we'll go over that later. Um, but yeah, you make your way eventually to Fury 161. Miller, as the pilot, you notice the uh, mother, or as per Horgus request, Queen, informs you that the ship is approaching uh, approaching Furina 161, FTL disengaging, uh, crew, like please wake the crew kind of deal.
Mhm. Yeah. Miller will start waking everyone up early enough so that they can, recover from dehydration, right? Dehydration
Yeah,
sickness,
well,
it's
yeah. So
called.
basically, when you wake up from cryosleep, you wake up dehydrated, but you can counter that by these hydration tablets, or just by bringing somebody some fucking water.
Bring
Um,
them some more.
okay, yeah. So Heather assists with that, and Vinny just kind of stands there like very creepily. Um, and uh, so yeah, the human uh cargo like or crew members, you like your eyes like slowly open. The light is very bright. Um, and the you see Miller and Heather there, and they both have uh like means to dehydrate. And what's your next course of action other than saying this floor is freezing?
I mean, I guess everyone should, maybe eat some food, and we should probably start scanning for the ship if we're getting close to where we know its location should be, right?
Yep. Um, so with that in mind, I would say, I'll just assume that enough time has passed that everybody just you know, well, is there anything anybody else wants to do, like whether that's mechanically or RP wise, before you start getting down to business?
I don't think so personally, at least.
Uh,
How's the new arm
Hold on, Arthur.
treating you?
Oh,
oh yeah, uh, it's it's uh, it's grabby. You know,
Mhm.
can grab stuff with it.
That is what arms are for.
Yeah,
now I
I
just
mean, I
need to
guess
get
it's
like a
among other
wrist cannon
more
things.
for it.
hands.
That would be cool. That would be cool.
Get some wrist
I'm gonna,
rockets in there. Um,
I'm gonna hollow it out and fill it with whiskey for like a absolutely urgent situation.
okay. Um, so while you're doing that, I guess so who is manning the pilot controls? And I'm assuming Evelyn is going to be the sensor operator.
Yep, I'll operate the sensors.
And also a question I have, per standard practices, are you going to be entering the system going dark or with your sensors on?
Probably with sensors on,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't really see the need for going dark
okay.
in this moment.
Just wanted to ask that. So, yeah. So make the, I guess, contact roll to find the location of the Tekla.
Great. Any of my equipment would add to this or no?
No.
Okay.
I need
I
a
have
I need a
everything.
moment, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I have everything cool turned off.
Do
It's a contact check, you said?
Yeah, contact. Just a flat roll.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
ball.
push.
Oh, wow.
This-
Okay.
I got all my good rolls early on those manipulation checks, man.
Yeah.
This is gonna
So,
go
well, see, this is a good
poorly.
case of a roll to push because it's actually sort of essential to the story. So, um, yeah, but so you locate, you zero in on the location of the Tekla, um, and, um, yeah, next would be, and also, I just need to double check something in my notes. Hold on a sec. Okay, so, yeah, but you find the location of the Tekla, and now we have a piloting roll to make.
I want to try and I mean, I'm not sure. What is this piloting role exactly? Is this to dock with it or to
No, to
just?
bring yourself planet side.
Okay. Oh right, yes, yes.
Because planet,
We
because
should def.
in this system and apparently in this universe, atmospheric entry isn't exactly the smooth Star Wars style. It's like it's pretty
It's
turbulent.
pretty rough.
Yeah,
Okay, yep. I got this. I'm sure it'll be
and
fine.
don't forget you get
Uh,
like what, a +5 from all your banked.
it was for my neck. It was technically supposed to be on my last roll. I just didn't
Okay,
apply
well if
it
it's
because
got it,
it's
well if it's sort of floating right now, then use it now.
okay. I will use it then. I will
And
make a.
Mike will give you the co-piloting assistance. He knows that now's not the time to be looking at porno and eating a sloppy Joe and chugging Reynolds Brothers. Um, so he actually gets serious when he needs to. So he gives you a +1, and don't forget you get, I think, a
Plus
+2 from the
three from the.
thrusters. Or
Is it
wait,
two
it's
or three?
+3 or +2?
I think it's plus three. I will check. It is
+3, yeah,
Yeah, cool. Wow, that is plus nine total. I think
yeah,
then that is a lot.
yep.
Has Arthur slapped a label from the
I,
moonshine from his moon from Mike's moonshine brand onto his new arm yet?
yeah, it's just duct taped.
That's a really good idea.
Well, no, you can
Yeah.
trick people, like you can do like a scam and a thing. It's like, oh, I got my arm from Reynolds Brothers Old Fashioned Country Moonshine. Buy it and support them.
I am rolling 20 dice.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
gosh.
There we go.
Holy
Woo!
what? Oh my!
I holy crap.
Androids, am I right?
What is your stat?
I have an 8 in agility, a 3 in piloting, and I had +5 thanks to last session's bonuses. And I had a +1 from Mike and +3 from the ship. So +9 and 11 is my base.
Great googly fuck.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Um. Okay, so
That's the quote of the session
no
right
shit.
there. Great.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Um. So, what would you like to do with those 2 extra successes?
I'll put them into modification because I technically already showed off when I took off before, so
Yeah.
I'll put them
I
in
mean, you could
my.
show off in the sense that like it's a very smooth landing.
It is a very smooth, like I'm like, guys, we're here, and you're like, wait, what? I thought we had to enter the.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, no,
So,
we've already
yeah, it's
landed.
like I'd say like maybe, because I think planetfall takes like 6 hours. So,
I'll
uh,
put one into each then.
no, something I'm considering doing is actually maybe making it to where piloting, like, you can do it in half the time with each thing. What do you guys think about that?
As like an
Yeah,
additional bonus, like
as a stunt, like to be able
that
to
would be a cool
make quicker
stunt.
landing. Because piloting,
I
they really
has
sold itself
nothing.
short for.
Yeah, there could be so much cool stuff. Like imagine like doing like turns, for example. I mean, I just normally make piloting checks for that, but like there's a lot of things you can do, like braking fast. Could be an important role
Well, they have like
maneuver. Or
at least in combat, accelerate and decelerate actions, but that's
yeah,
not really relevant to this situation. I'm just talking about like, yeah, what I'll do is at least for for planetary entry, I'm going to make it a stunt, and you guys remind me of this if I forget. That you can use an extra success to do it in half the time for planetary landings
Okay.
for piloting. So we'll make that a thing. Okay, so if you want to, you could do that as a stunt. So instead of 6 hours, you can do it in 3.
Yeah, I would do that then.
Okay, so you show off and you do it in 3 hours instead of 6. So
Yeah,
uh,
that sounds good.
at the current time, it's because I think Fury 161 has like really fucking long like night cycles. Let me just double check that. Like, it's a very bleak, dark planet. I know that much. Yeah. So it's cloudy and hazy gray. There's not really that much light getting there. Um, and yeah, so like when you show up, it's very dark. Um, there's like an orange kind of glow from the sun, but it's very shrouded in darkness. Um, you make your way down planet side to the location of the Tekla, and as you get in closer, you would actually notice like the kind of silhouette uh, of a fairly large facility. And also, it's worth mentioning that the prison wasn't the only facility on the planet. There were actually like mining sites that were abandoned. So you see a lot of like tall towers and industrial locations, but the prison you eventually see that, and the Tekla is parked outside of it.
Um, can we do like a little bit of a fly, like not like a fast flyby or anything like that, like we did before, like just like before, like as we sort of go into the landing, like I
Pan
already given the
around,
ship a
kind of.
good pan around to see like the damages and stuff like that, see if we
Yeah.
can notice any external,
Yeah. So
diagnose the ship.
I'm not gonna make you do a piloting roll, but whoever is like monitoring that, do an observation roll.
I imagine that'd probably be my character with as I'm operating the sensors.
Well, I'm talking about just looking, like from what Miller described, like asked about, like I'm talking about like just looking out the window.
Okay.
Um, I mean, unless are you going to scan for any kind of active signals or anything like that, or are you just going to look and try to see what do a damage assessment?
Um, I may do like just a look, and then depending on what I see, would I be able to do the scan as well?
Supposedly, but let's see what you see.
Yeah,
Um,
not to complicate things. I'm sorry,
well, no,
but
it's a good point. So just do an observation roll.
And is there any
my
way I
my
can
zero
tell?
observation. Let's hope I. Yep, there we go.
Okay, so what
I had.
so what you see? Well, first, are you going to push that, or are you just going to leave it?
I'll leave it. I don't
Okay,
want to
yeah,
accumulate too much
no,
stress
very
too
good call.
That's
fast.
So what you see, so from the like, I'm assuming that maybe Miller has like the high beams on. Um,
yeah.
so the so are you looking mainly at the prison or at the Tekla?
I think the Tekla was our main goal, right? Because that's what we came here to help with the ship.
Right.
So I think, but I mean, we'll probably like look a little bit at the prison, but I think I don't know. It's your choice. You're the one making the look. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
alright,
Um,
looking at
I think with the fact that like my character has like that information, like the back of her head of like, oh, this like weird space creature. I'm probably looking more at the prison than at the ship
Okay.
when we initially
So
like
as you're
look
panning around
over.
the prison, so the prison itself doesn't really look like it's suffered any like major exterior damage. Um, it looks like it's very grimy, a lot of rust. The environment, like, because the environment here is very like there's a lot of like howling wind and like stinging rain, and that's like that kind of weather overall has just kind of weathered the exterior of the prison. Um, it is you do notice that the whole thing is shrouded in darkness. Like the only lights that are on are very dim emergency lights. Like on like there is basically the prison from what you can tell is running on low power, so like non-essential systems are not working. So there aren't exactly like bright lights or like signals transmitting or anything like that. Like it's just an absolute derelict facility.
uh, I
Fun.
guess Miller's kind of looking. Is any movement whatsoever?
Outside,
Fully.
That's an
Hope
observation
someone.
roll. See if you see
Okay.
anything, given like what I established about the darkness and the weather conditions.
Yeah, I'm just looking for any. If there's, I mean, because only the from what we understand. Yeah, I'll just look around, see if there's anything unusual, like see if there's any people or
Okay.
androids even, machines,
All right.
because it is very dead, and that's very concerning.
Yeah. Well.
Uh, observation. Nah.
Okay. So, um, you don't see anything now. Whether that means that you're just not seeing it or there's nothing there, you have no way of knowing.
Hmm.
um. So that's the current setup of you got the prison and you've got the like Evelyn got a pretty good layout of the prison, and also I noticed Marty, you still there?
Yeah,
Okay, I just noticed you disconnected from Foundry.
I did.
Yeah, you're not in the Foundry world. So,
The fuck?
yeah, I don't know. That happened to me in your Foundry world last night at one point. I don't know why, but I just reconnected and it worked. Anyway, but yeah, so you got the information on the prison, and you see the Tekla outside. Um, the ship is I think it's a CM-90 Corvus, which is a ship that is actually just slightly larger than yours. Your ship is, I believe, like, hold on, where is it? Yours is 44 meters long. This one is 54 meters long. Um, it is let's see, can I share the image to players? Nope, that's not the right thing. Corvus, CM, hold on.
Gotta play that music, by the way. It's very
Well, I'll
appropriate.
listen to it later because I don't like if I listen to it now, it's gonna get in the recording, so I don't want to do that.
That's a
Um,
cool looking ship.
yep. So that is that's the Corvus. Uh, and you see that parked outside the outside the facility, very close by actually. Um, like as in it like it would probably take you like within like 2 to 3 minutes to walk from the door of the prison to the Tekla. Like they parked it really close to the facility.
Okay, well, I can land us right nearby, and we can go investigate. Wake up the crew, maybe.
Um,
I wanna say that sounds good, but
You, the player, doesn't want to say that. Sounds good.
mhm.
um,
I mean,
uh, can I look out the window as well?
Yes. So just
Okay.
do an observation roll.
We're all just looking out the windows.
I don't see anything spectacular or
Nope.
out something
Nothing
that
that
stands
stands
out.
out.
well,
So so is it safe to say that I see that they're not damaged because I'm not seeing it?
Yeah, you're not
I
seeing
don't
any
see any
damage.
damage.
No damage to their ship. If there's any damage, it would be internal.
Okay.
well, if we're concerned about those spider things, we can always drop down, lift off, and have me or uh Ricky, sort of fly
Ricky
Halo around. I know Reginald
Reynolds,
Reynolds.
run him over
God, I
Reynolds.
I literally never remember it. It's. I'm gonna write that down. I'm just gonna write down. It's run them.
All you need to do is like open
I kind of
the
like the idea
list
though that maybe Nathan
actors.
doesn't ever remember his name and always says a different name.
I wrote it down so I wouldn't have to remember.
Run them over. Okay, Reynolds. Reynolds. Run him over Reynolds. Cool. 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 Cool.
Anyway, so yeah, you're setting the ship down.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
Okay. So the mantis, touches down. There's a little bit of like a tremble as the ship like makes contact with the ground. Um, engines kind of like stop, like stop humming, and so the question is, uh, who are you going to? Are you going to send out like all the players and all, or some of the NPCs, or what's the plan?
Um, I would say that we send out everybody except for Mike, who will dust off and
Yeah.
and keep haloing overhead.
Well, another thing I'll suggest is because you do have a considerable amount of players who aren't here. Like something
Yeah.
I'll suggest as an idea is maybe like Horgus will say like, me, Johnny, and Summer will guard the ship, and then Mike will be our like getaway driver, and then you four take whoever else you want, and then go investigate the ship. That's something maybe Horgus would say. Just
Okay.
like as my way of GM is saying like, okay, their players are secure, and then you guys still have some autonomy over who you take with you.
Okay. Well, let's see here.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I think that's good if
Oh,
they.
I scratched myself in the nose. Sorry.
Um, can we Can we take Amelia?
Yeah.
Okay. Because she's got heavy machinery and close combat. So
And a giant flamethrower.
and that and she can see shit. Okay, so gonna do that.
Okay, so you want to take Amelia. Do you want to take any other NPCs?
Tobias.
Yeah, Tobias will go with you.
Okay. So we've got Amelia, Tobias, and Mike will be there.
Well, Mike is aboard
Um,
the ship, so
yeah, yeah, that's what I meant. With
okay.
he'll stay up there, and Vinny and Heather are no use because they can't kill shit. Well,
You know, guard the
Well,
ship.
they
Heather
can't
is
kill
our
humans.
medic. Yeah.
They can't.
what's that?
They can't kill humans, but they can kill anything else.
You know, sorry, I meant Evie. What did you say?
Well, Heather is our medic because
Okay.
Johnny not being here, then she's the only one who really has any medical aid, and unless of course you want my character to attempt my one point of medical aid on people if needed.
We should probably
Right.
bring a medic with us because they did say people were at least.
Okay.
We don't have to unfreeze them, but they could at least give them a look over while
Yep.
they're in cryo
Mhm.
sleep. See what the.
Okay, then we do that. So we take Tobias, Heather, and Amelia.
Okay, Tobias, Heather, and Amelia.
Yep.
Okay. Um, so let me just. I was just setting us up in a different map. Um, so Tobias, Heather, and Amelia. Okay, so you guys are going to disembark and board the Tekla. Now, so the air outside. Let me just make sure I'm doing this right. uh, oh, Jesus, I never know which deck is which. Okay, there we go. So the so the you disembark. The air outside. It's like it's very strong wind. There's like rain that just stings. Like it catches you by surprise. I'll say that all human PCs take 1 point of stress from just how brutal this weather is. Um,
Of course.
just because like it's a very
Done.
unpleasant environment. Um, so you make your way. It's a very very short walk to the Tekla. And weirdly, this ship does not have airlocks. Milliston. So what I'll do is just bring you aboard like a ladder. Um, so let's see, where are the so there's
You know we can't see the map, right?
I know I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm trying to get.
Okay.
Just trying to get everything sorted out. Hold on.
Okay.
So let's see. Martin there. Arthur there. Because the problem is this map's somewhat like the scale is a little bit weird. So at least of the tokens. So I'm just trying to get the um like the smaller tokens ready. So I just need a moment. Token. And then Evelyn. Okay. So where is the deck B? So just I appreciate your patience. I know this is taking a while, but I wasn't prepared for this. All right, almost there. Okay, so activate this scene. You guys should be loading in fairly quickly. I think this was what I think this is um a yep, web P. So it should all right. So you guys are in. You see your tokens?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So basically, you enter the ship aboard like I guess this sort of airlock, and where do you, like the corridor? The ship isn't still in pretty good condition because it's been sealed up. And
Do we see anything?
in this room, no.
Um, there's no damage, so there's nothing wrong here. It's pristine.
Yeah, at least in this in this like junction, it looks all fine.
Okay. Martin readies his smart gun
Okay.
and basically points at the first door.
Do we?
And he then. I mean,
I can take
Yeah,
out
we
the
can-
motion tracker.
Okay.
okay. Sounds good.
Alright, so you
Good
doing a motion
idea.
tracker?
Yep. Miller takes out the motion tracker, holding it like they do in Aliens, where they have like sort of the rifle
Yeah,
at
like
like a
rifle
resting
up.
point and have
Yeah.
and then holding in
Okay,
there.
so do a power supply roll, please.
Okay, so I just click the 5.
Yeah, just click the 5.
Okay, that's
Okay.
good, right?
Uh, yeah. So if you get a face hugger, that means you would get you would lose one thing of power. But so I will pull up the motion tracker. Let's see, where is
Which door did we want to go through first? We were talking about. I
where
love
is
the motion
the
tracker so much.
what you call it? Motion tracker. What the fu- Hold on, why is it not open up? Did the module break or something? That's so weird. It's not okay. Well, I can't show you the motion tracker, but I'll just describe it. You don't get any signals.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, I'll have to look into that motion tracker module because I wasn't expecting it to fuck up. Anyway, okay, which door are you going from? Left, right, or north?
Did they like send over a description of where they are in the ship
That is a
with
very
our
good question.
thing?
They would say after you said like, oh yeah, we're gonna be like 3 months. They said, all right, we'll enter cryo, and uh, it is on deck B, and like basically saying like make your way to this area. So it is over here.
Okay.
I don't know if you got that ping. I know there's still a fog of war, but
Yeah, I
Yeah, it
we
was
did.
like
yeah.
right here
Yep.
or something.
Yep. So just make your way over there. I mean, I'd say like because you're in the ship and you're not exactly looking at a map, you would still have to kind of, move through the ship to find it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, just
Are
kind of
there any
guess until
signs
we get
above
there.
the doors? Sorry.
Yeah,
Fine.
there are signs that mark like, hold on, where is this? Like hangar deck up here, like north of you. Um, this one would say, to med lab. This one to the right, says to engineering.
Right.
We could cut through the med lab, maybe. I mean, they're gonna be in cryo, right? But we're gonna want to access the med lab possibly anyways. So
I mean, wouldn't we want to possibly turn the power on before we
that
Well, the
is
power,
true.
put
well,
the
the
crowd
power's
on?
on. It's just that, um, the ship is basically just idle. Like you don't have to power up the ship. You can move through it. The lights are on and everything.
Okay. Sorry, I was just thinking that maybe we wanted to like fix the mechanical issues before we went. I forgot that the power was still on. It's just
Yeah.
like
Well, the thing is
I
that you
said.
don't. They
Yeah.
mentioned they were having like their like engine malfunctions, but you don't know the exact problem. Like that's something you would need to ask them.
We were gonna wake up the people who were not at
Okay.
least have the people that don't have the mysterious spider creature on their
Yeah.
face.
Let's secure the ship first,
Okay.
and then we can do fixing, etc.
Yeah. Okay.
How about
So,
that?
Yep,
You
that
good with
sounds
that?
like a good plan.
yeah. Let's go make sure the crew. I think we should make sure the crew's at least alive in cryo sleep,
Okay.
right? So that should be our first general direction we should head. We don't have to wake them up necessarily right this second if we don't want, but make sure they're still alive.
Okay.
I guess
So are we gonna? Which door are we gonna open? This one or
This one,
this one? Okay. All right. Open it up.
the left-hand door.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
And
I guess
so Martin nods at Evie and
Yeah, and I'll say that
Yep,
I guess
let's
yeah, Zavadska takes up position here, and Chef, um, takes up there, and then Heather's just kind of standing off to the side in case any like bullets start flying or whatever.
Yep.
should
So
Miller
I
lead the
guess
way with the motion
Marty,
tracker?
Evelyn, and
Okay, so the marching
I mean,
order is Martin and Evelyn, and then where are Arthur and Miller going to be?
Well, yeah, that's what I was wondering if Miller should maybe
oh,
be
I
up
shut the
Hold
door.
on,
front,
how do I,
possibly.
Sorry about that.
how the hell do I get to your token?
I'm kind of the bullet sponge, so maybe, or I guess in this case,
What I'll do? Hold on, I'll move the door.
whatever the fuck else sponge.
The bite sponge.
I put my
I don't know.
character in the
You're
worst
the
space. I'm
tank.
so
We'll just
sorry,
call
I
you the
just
Cody.
deleted the
tank.
door. You already opened the door, so I'll just don't move your character under the door. I'll move you right
Yep.
there.
Sorry about that.
That's fine.
So
That's
are we
foundry.
having Arthur go ahead and then Marty, or no?
And Miller's got the motion tracker out, so where do you want him to be positioned?
You can be in the back.
Shit, you're under the door too. Hold on, I'll just delete the goddamn
Oh,
door.
yeah.
Okay.
The doors are our
Yeah,
worst
from now
enemy.
from here on out, I'll just delete the doors that you guys have already passed through,
Okay.
so we don't get fucking
Cool.
stuck under doors. Especially because I had to shrink the tokens to make them fit in the map.
Yeah, it's
Okay, so but anyway, so the marching order is Martin and Evelyn up front, and then Arthur. What do you want to do?
That's honestly that's up to where I am wanted or needed. So wherever you guys think.
I mean, do we want someone at the rear to make sure nothing comes up behind us?
Yeah, or I mean, or if
Or
you
yeah, I can
wanted
be
to,
the
you could.
backstab sponge.
Yeah, or I mean, you could always, like split into two teams or whatever. You got options.
Oh yeah, we could split up.
No.
Me and Arthur will go up north. They will go down that hallway.
no, I don't think so.
No? Okay, fair enough.
No, we stay together. We're entering into an unknown ship. Splitting up is a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, as much as the character creation process is fun, I kind of want to put that off for a bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh
Don't
Lord.
worry, we got Miller,
Ugh.
everyone's sponge as well. He's the backup
Okay.
sponge.
So how wide are these hallways?
They are, um, according to this legend, 1 by 1 meters, which from the size of this, The token, like the little square, is not the same size as the hall. So I'll just say the hall is like, maybe 6 feet wide, something like that.
6 feet wide.
Yeah,
Okay.
about the same size as the
Um,
corridors in like Alien.
yeah, I get
Okay,
that.
so it's
Okay.
like single file.
Well, not quite
No,
single
6 feet
file.
is two.
Yeah.
Yeah. 6 feet is easily too
Okay.
wide.
Yep.
And the only reason I'm asking is whether Evie can pass me or not, so that you can
Yeah.
open
No, she can
the
pass
next
you.
door.
Yeah, she can pass
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
So another question I
So
have for you guys is, are you two going up point and then you call everybody else, or?
I would hope that those that can carry a gun are close by.
Yeah. Well,
I've got the
basically,
motion tracker.
these
That's
two,
fine.
the two NPCs with guns are like watching the corridor. Um, provide like fire support. Um,
Right.
they'll
Okay.
they'll move up if you tell them to.
Okay. Move up.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we have Heather move up with us as well, or
I mean, are you
keep
going to
her
otherwise
right
just leave
back?
her there?
Yeah, I don't want to really leave Heather there, probably.
Okay.
Well, then Heather will pull up. Like she'll follow behind Zavatska and Chef.
Yep.
Cool.
I mean, we could have maybe one of the NPCs cover, like, be at the far back, protecting the back, and then if Arthur wants to be up close in case we do have action up front, so we can enter it easier. Just from a
Okay. Then
player
I guess
NPC standpoint, if we want to do
Chef
that.
takes the rear. And also and again, anybody, if you're going to open the door and you see, like, once you've seen what you want to see in the room, actually move all the way into the room so you don't get stuck under the door.
Okay.
Yep.
Should I just scan more?
If you
Yes.
want to.
I'll scan. Power
Okay.
roll.
Oh boy.
Oh boy,
So
indeed.
the
Oh
battery,
dear.
goes down to about 60%. Um, you do not pick up any signals.
Okay.
Okay.
Nothing's moving up ahead.
Martin has the rifle pointed at the door, and then nods at Evie.
Yep. I'll move up and like and my tools or whatever, or just hit the button if
Yeah, you can
anything.
just you don't need to do like any kind of tools or roll. You just hit the button.
Yep. Great. And I imagine we should probably just hear like the beeping of like the motion tracker,
Yep.
like kind of powering down slightly, and I'll just kind of look over my shoulder at Miller, and I'll be like, you don't have to press the button so hard that wastes the battery, man.
Turn
I
down the
think this is a
screen brightness.
really, I think it's a really,
Exactly.
I imagine it's just like a really janky old motion tracker, and that's why like last roll nothing happened, but actually the power did go down, but it didn't register. It didn't
Yeah.
like like the battery symbols being all glitchy. So
Yep.
now the battery symbol just suddenly dropped, and it's like, oh shit.
He's he's shaking it like percussive maintenance.
Yep.
Yeah,
Just like smack a little bit, make it
yeah.
work.
Just he smacks it a little, like the screen's all fuzzy, and then it goes back to normal. Okay, we're good.
There's a video I
Yep,
have,
I
like a GIF I
button.
made a long time ago of an airsoft player like raging and slamming his rifle magazine against a wall. I need to find that because that would have been perfect for that situation.
Let me see if. By the way, let me see if this works. I'm very curious.
If what works.
Nope, it doesn't. Damn it. Okay. Moving in.
Okay. So yeah, you move into the room. Remember to move all the way in for everybody else. So yeah, you're in the med lab. It's sort of a kind of standard med lab where like there's central like operating tables kind of in the middle. Um, there are cabinets to these sort of angled walls. Um, there are like medical like lockers and tools and stuff like that. Um, so the med lab is clear. You don't see any like anything lurking, like anything overt lurking in the room. Um, and as before, Miller, you didn't get any signals on the motion tracker, and nothing starts moving once you enter the room.
And would the range on the motion tracker have reached the next room ahead of us?
Yeah, motion tracker has a room of long range indoors, but that is entirely dependent on what direction you are looking.
That's fair. Well, I was looking up because that's where we were heading. I was looking straight up, pretty much.
Okay, so if you were
That's
looking
what-
straight up, then yeah, that would take you towards, like looking at cryo. Also, Marty, your mic is making a lot of noise.
Yeah, that's because I'm trying to adjust it. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so nothing in the room, no signals. Um, Also, I would point out that, so Evelyn, you notice this door. This says to galley. Um, this room up ahead leads to to another junction, like another corridor, and then
And this one?
that one leads to a hangar, to the hangar.
Oh, I'm sorry, but what is the galley?
The galley is basically the mess hall.
Yeah.
The what?
The mess hall, basically
It's
where
the
they go to
food
eat.
room.
Oh,
Cafeteria.
Dining, yeah, cafeteria, dining room.
got it. Okay, so that's the dining hall. That's
Right is the
Hangar.
hangar, and the
Hangar.
north leads you to another
that's
junction.
it. So let's move straight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Move up.
you open the door.
Smack the button.
Nothing jumps out at you. You notice the door directly across from you basically has cryo, like like semiotic or whatever the word is, like the symbol that indicates cryo. So feel free to enter as you see fit. And by this point, also the NPCs are
Ah,
moving up.
Trying to
there we
avoid
go.
getting stuck on the door.
Yeah.
Arthur, do you want me to move you up, or
Oh, yeah, sorry, go for it.
okay,
Or I can
yeah, okay, there you go. Um,
Okay,
oh
everyone
shit,
move up.
hold
oh,
on.
I got
Yeah,
unstuck in the door.
uh, let me remove this.
Oops.
Where is it?
Deleted.
Uh, where gotta select the door first. There we go. Okay. All right. So yeah, you're there. Do you open the door? Also,
Yep.
Zavatska and Chef kind of take up position. Okay, so you, cryo opens up. You see, cryo tubes from. Initially, you do see what look like people in, tubes, but you can't like see any details. You just see like, multicolored humanoid forms in the pods. Okay, so you enter the room, um, and yeah, just remember to move all the way into the room. If you want, I can do it. Um, okay,
Apparently, I keep running into a wall.
yeah.
There we go. I finally
Okay,
did that.
so you enter, and so you see, as you get in
Hold
close,
on. Hold on. Tobias and Amelia, move up.
yeah, I'll move them in just a second. Just, I gotta get these, tokens. Um, so yeah, you see, upon closer inspection, in my short-sightedness, I did not have tokens for the crew members who have facehuggers on them, but you do see these three people, um, do not have facehuggers. So, um, you don't necessarily know who's who, but you see there's, this one dude, this dude, and then this woman. Um, so the question
And
is,
Great.
they have nothing. They don't have any signs of the spider-like
no,
creature that was mentioned
yeah,
in the message.
there were a total of 6 people in cryo. 3 of them have the spiders on their faces, and then 3 of them do not.
Wake up the ones
Okay.
without the spiders.
And okay,
Oh,
so as we look around, how many cryo units are there?
In this, there are. I just need to double check the cargo or the cryo capacity of the
No,
corvus.
in the room that we're in.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see.
Okay.
That is determined by the ship. Um, so let's see,
Okay.
crew of 6, and it has a cryo deck of up to. So I'll say that this cryo deck, because it's a crew of 6, like they have maybe 8 total. Like basically, 2 facing the wall, like the corner that Miller's at, 2 facing where Martin is, 2 facing Heather, and then 2 facing Evelyn. If that makes sense. Um, so
So Martin looks around at all the crowd tubes and he goes, "Where are the other 3? The other 3 aren't here."
actually, if you're just as an out of character thing, there
That's
are. I don't know if I follow. There are actually all 6 crew members.
Yeah, I thought all 6 were here. 3 of
Yeah,
them have face huggers,
yeah,
3 of them don't.
yeah. I just didn't have
oh,
the
I
tokens
see.
for the 3. Like basically, I'm saying the 3 that you see,
Got it.
those 3 people that you see, those are the ones
Mm-hmm.
that don't have facehuggers.
Okay.
Um, but rest assured, the other 3 are uh, in cryo as well. So it's basically the full crew is here.
Okay. So can we see um can we see the other ones? Like, is it very clear that they've got something on their face?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
there's a little bit of frost on the on all the cryotubes, but it's not like a dense layer of that prevents you from seeing people's faces.
Martin goes, "What the fuck is that?"
Must be these spiders they were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
Those are some.
what the fuck is that?
Those are some wicked-looking spiders. So
Yeah,
I'll.
I need to double check a rule on something regarding stress, but um, yeah. So in terms of if you, yeah, one of the things I would say, for rules is written, and it makes sense for the characters, especially with Martin's reaction, that everybody gets 1 point of stress. Well, everybody bar Miller. Reason why is because one thing that's listed as your stress level increases, you encounter certain creatures or locations determined by the scenario or the GM. So in this case, yeah, you're seeing these fucking parasites wrapped around 3 people's faces. Even though they're in cryo, it's still kind of, yeah, I mean, you said it yourself, Martin, like, what the fuck kind of reaction.
Right.
So
I mean, we were. I mean, the message was very clear. They've got spider thingies on their faces, but you would think like it's a spider. Turns out it's not really.
It's
And
so much worse looking.
yeah,
right. Yeah, it's the moment where you go, shit. I wish it was a spider.
yeah, yeah. Um,
Exactly.
so um,
Do any of the people in the ones that don't have face huggers, do any of them, like, can we see name tags on them, or are the cryopods
the
labeled?
cryopods are labeled. Um,
Okay.
like so yeah, you would have um, so this guy is the one who, according to the name of the thing, is first mate Mac, Nick Mackman. He was the one who sent out the transmission. This guy is Glenn Richards, who was pointed out in the briefing, and this is Paz Cortez, the pilot.
Okay. Let's wake up the guy that sent out the message.
Yeah.
What is everybody? I'm just throwing out an idea. By all means, input.
No, I agree. We should probably wake him up and then figure out the rest of the situation.
Easy?
Miller's gonna, I guess, try and identify the people with the face huggers as well. Just see what they're,
Mhm.
who they are,
Okay.
names and anything like that.
So the names you get
Yep.
from them, let me just pull up my notes real quick.
Yep.
Uh,
We should just wake up the senator before we
okay,
delve any
so
deeper.
you
Because
got the
Yeah,
ones that
I was just
were those were the I gave you the names of those people. The rest of the crew members, um, so the other 3, the ones I don't have pictures for, the captain is John Van Zant. The engineer is Katarina Carter, and the security officer is Caleb Pine.
yeah. I mainly want to figure out if the captain was in
The
in
captain is one of the people
which one was
with
the
a
captain.
spider on it, like
Yeah,
a face,
that's
a
what. Yeah.
parasite on his face.
Okay.
Katarina
So,
Carter should be easy to identify. She's the one
Yep.
with breasts.
Yeah. I wouldn't have put it exactly like that, but yep, pretty much.
yeah.
Captain's the one with the boobs. sorry.
Well,
I
that
am a
quote,
child.
that clip just makes sense in so many different situations. And anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, posting in Steel Talons, you're welcome. Anyway, uh,
Okay.
so um, yeah, but so uh, you know, Captain Van Zant, and Pine are the ones that have parasites attached to their faces.
Cool. I mean, not cool, but good to know. Good to make sure we.
So I heard earlier that you guys are waking Mac from cryo.
Yeah, he's the first mate,
Yeah,
right? So
he's the
Yep.
first mate. He was the one who sent the distress call. Okay. So while you're doing that, Heather, because she heard it, like she makes an effort to go over to cryo. She digs around in the cabinets and finds some hydration. Um, so the cryo, Mac, like he slowly comes to, um, kind of slowly rises out of the pod. He is a little startled by seeing all these fucking people in the room. Um, and Heather speaks up first. She says, um, it's okay, First Mate Macman. We are the mercenaries that answered your distress call. Here, have some hydration. And uh, Mac sort of slowly nods, like, okay. And he takes the hydration tablet. He gets out of his pod and sort of cringes a little bit when he steps on the floor. And he looks over the walls, like, could somebody hand me my slippers?
Look into my eye.
So yeah.
Clippers.
So after after he gets dressed, because he's currently basically just in his boxers. Um, he like puts on like some basic clothes, just so he's not just standing there in his underwear freezing. Um, and he says like, well, thank you all for coming, answering my distress call. I am First Mate Nick Macman. You can just call me Mac. Um, First mate of the Tekla, and I'm pretty sure if you were, given like he notices that there were still people like kind of staring at uh, the three people with the parasites around their faces. He's saying, I mean, between the distress signal and seeing the captain as well as Cat and Pine, with those things around their faces. I mean, yeah, the situation isn't that good. So
Can you tell us what happened? How the hell did these did these spiders get on their faces?
So he sort of is leaning up against one of the cryopods and is saying, so he gives you the full rundown. He basically explains that um the crew, let me just see, did I have that written down somewhere? Um one moment please, because I have like notes in three different fucking documents. Um so he goes on to explain that, well, I don't know if you guys have ever read or heard of a book called Space Beast.
We read it.
Um, yeah, he
Yep.
mentions that the we heard from one of our we got a copy of the book, and we heard some rumors saying that there was something very valuable here, and we've been kind of having hard luck lately with salvage. We came down here to investigate. Um, you know, uh, Captain Van Zant ordered myself, Paz, and Glenn to stay aboard the ship, kind of hold down the fort, while he led Cat and Pine into the facility to, investigate, kind of see what was in there. And we lost contact with them after a few hours, and then a few more hours passed, and we decided to go in and investigate. And when we found our people, they were near these weird fucking looking leathery, like, I don't know, eggs or something, uh, with these fucking things, these like face huggers on their faces, and um, we just dragged them back aboard the Tekla. problem is we don't have a medic, so we were thinking, okay, we could, fly to, a nearby station. Maybe they would have a medic that could treat our people. But then, uh, our FTL drive was malfunctioning, and the three of us aren't sure as hell aren't mechanics, but Kat is our mechanic, and she's, you know, and he gestures over to the pod that Kat is in, um, and says that we can't we can't leave without getting our engines fixed. And the problem is it's not like a quick repair. It's something that's going to take almost a day, honestly. And
Well, we brought a mechanic, so we can help you with
and
that.
he just gushes a sigh of relief. His arms flop. Oh, thank God. Um, so um, he says like, well, I mean, do any of you a have a medic with you that you could um, maybe see what's wrong with you know with our people, maybe or he says like as he notices all the big guns, or like maybe if there's anything else in the facility, you go down there and clear it, so either we or any other people who come here aren't in any imminent danger.
You've you've seen these leathery eggs?
Yeah, he said I saw at least
You
three.
saw them,
Yeah,
at least. You
yeah.
don't remember how many?
Well, he was saying that like he explains that he looks, he notices you all have the shoulder lamps. He's saying like in the facility, so he describes that we went down into the mines beneath the facility. Like we started, the facility has two sub levels. He said they initially were searching um, the actual complex before, and they didn't find the three people that were missing. And he was saying like, well, we didn't find our people, so then we had to go down to sublevel 1. They weren't down there, and then we went into the mines in sublevel 2, and that's where we found them. But in there was like no light at all, and it was only from like peripheral vision that we saw like with our flashlight, because we don't have those fancy marine issue shoulder lamps that you got there, buddy. Um, so I mean, with our flashlight, we caught a glimpse of three because they were very close uh, to Van Zant, Carter, and Pine. And we didn't exactly stick around to try to see if there were any more because number one, we didn't want to share their fate. Number two, we just wanted to get our guys out. So
Okay, they're out. I think I think we should check the ship first. Do diagnostics, repair the ship, and then get you the hell out of here.
he says like, yeah, that's a good idea, but um,
But
I mean, I'm sorry, man. I'm worried about our crew. I mean, don't you have a medic here who could maybe treat them?
what makes you so sure they can be treated?
And he says very deadpanly, "Cause I'm an optimist."
And I'm a realist.
I'm
You
a
know,
nihilist.
Martin gets a really harsh look on his face, or a hard
Mil-
look on his face. However, is so is there a as we can we explore the rest of the ship and see if is there like an X-ray machine or something that we can
Um,
use?
like, well, I mean the med bay has an auto dock,
A what?
an auto dock.
Oh, okay.
Um,
It can. Is that like a computer doctor?
well, the auto dock is basically like it's sort of a low budget equivalent to the big pod in Prometheus, the one that Shaw gave herself an abortion with. It's like a
I
lower
haven't
tech.
seen that movie.
Oh, well, it's like a lower tech. Uh, you know, like so think about it like this. It's like a cryopod, but instead of freezing people, you could do like autopsies on them.
Okay. Um, autopsies. Autopsies is post-death.
Well, you know what I mean. Like you can like do an analysis of somebody with one of those kind of pods.
Okay. Okay, so we have one of those on. They have one of those on board. Well,
Yeah, in the med lab.
I turn I turn to Heather and go, well, do your thing.
Uh, Heather says, "Well, I mean, we're gonna have to get him out of cryo first."
Well, we should
Let's
do
start
one at
with
a
one.
time, probably.
Okay.
Exactly. Let's start with one.
Just do a quick checkup, and if we can treat it now, that would be good. But if not, we can always, well, at least we can figure out whether we can treat it if we
So,
have the proper facilities to treat it.
yeah. So, uh,
I think we're about to change canon.
so, well, I'll say this much. So Heather then asks, like, well, are we? Well, she says, which one would you like me to, uh, analyze?
Cat.
And she says, yeah, very good, sir. I will, um, I will analyze, Katarina Carter. And so she goes over to the pod, um, and, uh, basically is, um, waking up, uh, like she basically enters like the code or whatever that like Macman would basically just help her out with that. So she opens up the pod, and interestingly enough, as the pod opens, the interesting thing is that Kat wakes up on her own, and the fucking thing like basically like when as she gets up, the parasite slides off her face.
I point my gun at that parasite.
Well, it basically just plops on the floor and doesn't do anything. And sort of like if you ever killed a spider, how like their legs kind of contract in, like
Yeah.
that's what this thing
It
does.
does that.
I'm
Exactly.
gonna poke it
Okay.
with the tip of my gun just to make sure it's not moving.
Yep.
Is
So,
is there an incinerator on board? We may want to
well, I mean,
burn.
two of you are carrying
Well,
flamethrowers, and you bought firebombs.
well, maybe we should take this
True.
as well to the med bay to analyze it.
Yeah. Um. So yeah, and Amelia, like, 'cause she was getting ready to rev for flamethrower, she said, "So no fighter then?"
Not yet.
Not not yet. But I do point at Cat and tell it to get into the auto dock.
Well, Kat,
'Cause
like,
I won't.
she's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, what's going on? How did I get here?"
Well,
Here's your buddy. He can tell you everything that you need to know.
But
Yeah.
first,
So
we're
Yeah,
gonna
as you're getting
let's
examined.
put you on the. Yeah, we're gonna bring you to the table now, though.
yeah, she was like, "Well, examine what is going on?"
You've been exposed to an alien organism,
And she just turns around to face you with like a "say what" kind of look on her face.
and we need to make sure everything's okay.
And
Uh-huh.
Martin silently points at one of the other freezers where the other two are still in with, the face hugger on their
Yeah,
face.
she just looks. It's like, "Oh snap," um, and is looking very concerned. But Mac steps over to her and is like, "Cat, it's gonna be fine. Yeah, we're just gonna do a checkup on you, make sure you're okay. And then if you're fine, then we'll tend to Van Zant and Pine. But for now, we just need to get you to the med lab." So he gives her like a pat on the back to comfort his crew member, and so they make their way across the hall to the med lab. Um,
Heather, I guess.
yep, Heather follows.
Miller goes carrying the face hugger,
Okay,
and we'll plop it down on a table somewhere.
okay. Um,
Can he
so
examine the face hugger while she examines?
yeah,
I
so
want to
now, oh,
I
sorry, go
want
ahead,
to
Mark.
try something.
What do you
No,
want to do?
it's just I want to try something, and I'm trying to ascertain whether it's going to be loud or not. I don't think it will, but good.
Okay. Well, hold on. If it's music, please don't play that while I'm recording, because I don't want that to get caught in the recording and YouTube be up my ass about it.
Alright,
That's
these are
why I
close.
picked this one because it doesn't have licensing.
Okay. Still, it just always leaves me with an uneasy feeling about using music. But anyway, okay. Um, so we'll start. Give player agency for. Well, actually, Miller, do you want Heather to do her analysis first, or do you want to take a shot at it yourself.
Well, I think Heather should analyze
Okay, so let's
the
see.
Kate
Cat. Okay. Um,
chat.
yeah. So auto dock. So now here's the thing with the auto dock. Um, the auto dock actually is operated by Comtech, and it has a medical roll, a skill level of 6, but can't push its rolls.
Oh. Would it be
So,
better than for Heather just to do a checkup herself then?
um, she would not be able to like, you know, if it's like an internal thing potentially, like that's what the auto dock is for treating like internal injuries. It's not like she just like got shot and that's something like Heather could
Okay.
do like field surgery on, a kind of
Yeah.
deal. So this would actually, if
So
anything, be more an Evelyn's domain potentially, because Heather has
yeah, 'cause the
Wit
Comtech.
6 and Comtech 1, but she can't push, whereas Evelyn can if you want to.
Yep. I can. Yeah, I can work the auto dock. Sorry,
Okay,
I have tried. My brain's like,
okay. So
this is a
unmodified
bad
Comtech to
situation.
replace, so just flat
Well,
Comtech.
then I think
Great.
Heather should probably help out examining
Yeah,
the creature.
Let me turn
and
this
like
down.
help you.
Yeah, if
Okay,
she's not going to be doing anything medical
yeah,
with
okay.
Cat,
Then
then
yeah, you call Heather over and then she'll help you.
the two androids will investigate the.
Yep.
Heather's an android, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The two
Okay.
androids will
And let me guess, is
investigate.
one of the humans going to like go, "Hey Miller, you need anything else?" And then Miller just turns around with like this like wide-eyed, flat expression. "Hello, Miller, you need anything else?"
No,
Okay.
no.
Anyway,
Okay.
so
Everything.
yes, so I need a.
Sorry, I was checking. I had everything turned off that wouldn't apply.
Okay, so you program with a Comtech, and then I will let you roll. Uh, so I think it's /r space 6 DB, 6 Delta Bravo. Um, to
Roll
yeah,
roll
/r space
6
DB Delta Bravo.
dB.
Yeah, that should roll like alien style dice.
Do I? It's 6 dB. You said.
DB, yeah.
Okay. And this is just the thing
This is
itself.
this is
Cool.
yeah, this is just like a basic, like just rolling flat dice because the. Okay,
Oh no.
shit.
This is
So,
the
well, that's
worst
very convenient for
thing.
me, not so much for you. So, the
Yeah.
auto dock, um,
Yep.
you are running a, the diagnosis. There's like a scanning laser that like runs, uh, like Cat is just like no pun intended. She's catatonic right now. Like she's just like like she's trembling a little bit. Like what the hell is going on? Um, and is saying she's not moving because she doesn't want to fuck up the scan, but also she's so scared that she really can't move. Um, so the scan itself like isn't thrown off by her, but when you're looking at the monitor because you were the one who programmed it, you don't see like there's no like aberrant genetic or weird stuff going on with Cat. So as far as you can tell, I mean obviously there was the what Macman called the face hugger on her, but there's nothing overtly wrong with her, like on an
Yeah.
internal level. So you have that information. Now we'll focus on Miller and Heather. Now what I'll say for this is because um where is it? So normally in the game this would actually only be able to be done with the analysis talent, which is scientists only, but since none of you are scientists, I'll say that you can roll either medical aid or observation to try to diagnose this or like sort of analyze the facehugger. Um, though you would need I would say that would actually be well, hold on. You got two options, Miller. The first one is you can try to do it yourself, or you can use the auto dock to do it.
The auto dock on the face hugger. Well, they would be. I feel like Miller and Heather were doing this while they were checking up on Cat, so they're probably doing this themselves,
Okay.
like an autopsy on it of some sort.
All right. So, You can use medical aid or observation.
Okay, I'll make an observation check. No, it's
Okay.
weird. It's a weird
Oh
spider.
boy. Oh, this is good.
Oh
Um,
God.
yeah. So
Oh.
you're just like I'll tell you a funny story. There was a point when I was in the fucking sixth grade, and then there was this like Fat Albert style gang, like this fat like redneck dude and his buddies that they got off on the bus, and the thing is at the bus stop they found a dead bird. And then, like before the bus stop, they were basically taking turns poking it with a stick, and that's basically what Miller's doing.
Miller and Heather just poking it with a
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
the scalpel.
Yeah, and exactly, and then and then the bus on the ride back they were throwing at each other like a grenade.
Well,
So
the
as long as you two don't start doing that, like playing around with a dead face hugger, then uh, I mean it would be funny, but um, yeah, but yes,
the
you know,
complex
Oh, I
might have
hate it.
information. There might be like
Hmm.
logs somewhere, but
logs on the face hugger.
uh, logs on whatever happened here,
Well, I mean
unless
Mac
they were
already
all
told you what
erased.
happened, so if you
Yeah.
still want to look at logs, like he'll,
No, 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 not them. What happened to them? I mean, what happened at this facility all those years ago?
I mean you got that. It was called Space Bee.
Space Beast.
Yeah. Like that was
Yeah, but
basically there aren't any official records. Well, technically there are, but they're doctored by Weyland-Yutani. The Weyland-Yutani records, as a reminder, were like, oh, it
yeah,
was just a cholera outbreak that was caused by the EEV launched from the Sulaco. What actually happened was basically what Robert Morse talked about in Space Beast.
got it, got it.
But at this point, it's really like a case of like, what do you believe? Because there are two different sides to the story, and there isn't really any like you haven't actually been given like factual proof of what happened. So it's like, do you believe Weyland-Yutani's explanation or do you believe what Morse said? A corporation or a foul-mouthed prisoner?
A
Both are
foul
very
mouthed
interesting.
prisoner.
Okay.
The corporation has our best interests in mind.
Yeah, of course they do.
Probably not.
Okay. Anyway,
Okay.
so the two different sort of analyses conclude about the same time. So how do you
Yeah, I
activate
don't know what this
information?
thing is.
Okay, so what do you guys do next?
I don't know.
So
I imagine that. So these are taking place at the same time, and I imagine we
Yeah.
finish at the same time. Actions, okay. Like after I finish the scan, I'll say to Kat, like, like, just calm down. There's no need to be afraid. Just keep a cool head. Um,
It's
God, what my player would do, what the
we all
character would
know.
do is horrible. Oh, I'm
I was about
sorry.
to say, I was
I'm
about
sorry
to
to
say that
whine about it.
our hot streak just came to an end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And mine is
I,
just
I
beginning.
wasted all my I wasted my good rolls on all those manipulation checks. God damn it. I hate it.
You got a
Oh,
sentry gun.
No,
That's
but you
pretty.
manipulated the fuck out of that stuff. So
Yeah, you
oh
did.
definitely. But I guess, like like assuring her everything's fine, I guess I'll just say, okay, Blake, you can come out now. I suggest you stay in like the medical
Honestly, I
area.
think
Just
yeah,
so.
you know what? Do a manipulation roll to try to calm her down.
Yep.
Because what was that you said before, Marty, about like, oh, you don't want to roll, then don't say anything. Uh,
Yeah,
let's just see
yeah.
how convincing you are.
And then stop talking.
Okay,
I
roll your
stressed
panic.
myself out.
Roll your panic, please. Oh, you
I'm
keep it good.
fine.
Um, so, um, yeah, like cat.
There's just like It's just like the muscle, like the eye twitch slightly, but I'm keeping it together.
Well,
Just,
you
it's
like, I'll
fine.
say this much, like you sort
Mm.
of, you don't like outright panic, like get like a panic result, but cat like notices you like fumbling around in your words, and that doesn't really calm her down. She's still like very jittery and just like sort of trembles and kind of fear.
Mhm.
Um, so um,
Yep. But just stay in the med bay, please. You
yeah.
know.
So the question is, Mac looks over to you all as a party and it says, um, "Well, Kat's up and she's fine. So what about, the captain and our security officer, Pine?"
We should still at the very least check them, right? Just to be each of them, because each of them had these things on their faces.
Correct.
Make sure everyone's good. Still probably should check up on them.
Yeah. I mean, I support that plan.
Is there any in the med bay? Are there any like biohazard containers or bags that I could?
Yeah, that's something they would have, like biohazard disposal
Yeah, I'm
bags.
gonna put the face hugger in one of those.
Okay. Make a bag tying roll. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Uh, I did not succeed.
Okay.
Of course not.
Um, so anyway, um, so yeah, so you've done your analysis on Cat. What is your guys' next course of action? Are you gonna take the other two people out of cryo?
Yeah, I suggest we do it like one at a time,
What
so we
time
can
check
like
up on
just do like the scan again, like we did
Yeah,
with
that's
Conan.
completely fine. She's okay. We'll just check up on the next person. Maybe we should wake up the captain, or maybe the medical op. Do we want the medical?
There's no medical officer.
No,
That's the
no, wait,
thing.
wait. They don't have a medical officer. That's right.
They have
I
their
forgot.
security guard and their captain. Those
Yeah,
are
the
the only other
security
two
guard and the
people.
captain are the other two. I don't know why my brain was like they have a medical officer. No, they don't.
We don't have a brig, do we?
Why
What?
would we throw them in the rig?
Because golly, might have something to do with the beast that's
There's
probably
no
gonna
such
come
thing as
by.
a beast. Look, it's just these weird spider things.
Yeah, your ship doesn't really have a brig, honestly.
Hmm.
We could
I'm
put them in
looking
the
at I'm looking
APC.
at the rooms. Yeah, well, I-
I,
yeah, there's not really a brig. So
I mean, is there like an isolation room in the med bay? Like if
in
someone
Oh
this
yeah, like
in the
a
med bay on the
quarantine room.
Tekla,
yeah,
no,
okay.
there's no like
Or we could
quarantine. That's
just
the whole reason that like that's part of the Mac chimes in and he's like, "Yo, I mean that's part of the reason why we chucked them in the freezers is because we didn't really, yeah, we didn't have any sort of quarantine zone, and we figured we weren't sure if um, that those face huggers were if they were like slowly killing them or something. And Kat, when she hears that, she doesn't exactly uh, it just makes things worse for her.
Yeah.
But
could
he's saying
simply
like
be.
we don't know if it was sorry, Kat, but we don't know if that was the case. So that's why we threw him in cryo just be safe.
I mean, could simply be that these creatures can't survive the cryo process, and so it just died when you
I
put
mean
her in
that's a
there.
Mm,
that's a point. Um,
Yeah.
so I mean maybe they can't survive
mhm,
in cryo, but I mean still I just don't know what the hell what it was doing
yeah.
or what it was
Yeah,
or anything
So
like that.
for now, do we want to put Cat back in the cryo chamber just so we don't have like a bunch of people running about the ship while we're trying to finish up things?
And Kat chimes in. She's all like, "Oh, believe me, I'm not going to be running around the ship anytime soon. I feel absolutely just ugh."
Hmm.
Okay, well, is there like a place where she can sit in the med bay? That's not on the table because we need the table for the other two, I
Um,
guess.
well, I mean, in terms of other places to go, it's like this isn't really that big of a ship. I mean, there's obviously the galley where you know you could like somebody could just go and kind of
Yeah, we
chill
could put
there.
them in the galley. We could have like someone watch over them.
I'm just gonna recreate the
we
galley
are,
scene from
we
Alien.
are, we are working our way towards the galley scene. Uh, why don't
So
Now we just need like the bad like food and cereal, then we're
Yeah.
all set.
We can leave like someone to watch over her,
Get
you know, guard
just
her
give
in
her
case
some
there's any.
Apple Jacks. Those things suck.
Yeah,
Um,
Applejack. I remember Applejacks like hurt to eat.
that was torture to eat. Anyway,
Like
by far
Captain.
my
I mean, I
least
like
favorite
Captain
cereal as a
Crunch, but
kid. Um,
it hurts to eat.
so yeah. So Heather says unless my expertise is required, I will uh take Katarina to the galley and look after her if there are no objections.
Yeah, keep an eye on her. Since
Mhm.
you understand medicine
She
the
said,
best out of everybody
"Very
here,
good, Miller."
and maybe we should leave. Um, maybe we should throw like Amelia or Tobias in there as well, just to guard, since they're more physically skilled.
Yeah, I guess that
They're,
works.
they're
Um,
yeah, just to
so
keep an eye in case one of those spiders things stuck on the ship, so they could just blam blam.
yeah, and then Tobias is like, "Oh, good, something for me to shoot."
Yeah,
So he, you know, like just makes sure his pulse rifle's loaded, like pulls out the magazine, checks the bullets, slams it in, charges it, and that just makes Cat feel even worse.
You're a national treasure, chef. Never change.
And he has like his big like chef grin and like snaps his fingers and points it uh at you, and then he's like, "Come on, Cat, let's go." And the three of them go into the galley. Heather shuts the door behind her. Um,
we all know what's gonna happen.
So, well, Mac. Speaking of which, he's in the room. So Mac looks over to. Which, speaking of, are you all in the same room, or are there people just still standing around in the?
I think most of us had
Yeah.
moved to
Well,
the
the
med
question is,
bay.
Arthur, are you going to be joining them in the med lab, or are you just doing something else?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna join them.
Okay, I'll move your
Oh,
token over.
sorry,
Hold on.
I forgot my token.
Well, I just
Yeah,
moved you
just
all
so
over.
I don't get stuck on a door again.
Yeah. So, and then Zavatska is in the room. Well, actually, or would you have asked Zavatska to stay put in the cryo?
I don't know.
Well, she'll follow the rest of the rest of the party unless told otherwise. Um, Mac
Good.
then after Ohio Tobias, Heather, and Kat leave the room, Mac turns to you all and is saying, so I mean, what's the plan? Are we going to uh, get cracking on ship repairs, or are we gonna get the other crew members out? What's the plan, guys?
We could check up on the other two, the captain and the if we want, see how they're
Hmm.
doing.
I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt to do like the same procedure we
Yeah,
did
same
with
procedure.
the
I think we
cat,
should just in
one at a
case
time.
anything. I mean,
Yeah.
she seems okay, but we don't know about the other two, so
Okay.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, so I guess are you going to send one of the NPCs or to go wake
Miller
one?
will go
Okay,
because Miller's
Miller.
pretty strong. He can just carry them if
Okay,
need be.
so Miller goes and Mac follows. For like the whole familiar face kind of aspect. Uh, are you waking both up at the same time, or are you going to?
No, we're doing one at a time still, I think
Okay,
is the
are
plan.
you going to get the
So
security guard or the captain?
on one hand, I feel like getting the captain up and running as soon as possible is a good idea, but also the security guard, I mean, might have the most combat knowledge. Might be like, hey, these things are weird, but I don't know. Probably the captain.
Okay. While you're doing that, what is everybody else doing? Arthur and Martin and everybody else.
I'm keeping an eye on all the proceedings, and let me just put it
Uh,
this way: I'm a realist. Um,
Yeah, bring another biohazard container as well to put in case it falls off again.
So
good
Martin's keeping an eye
idea.
out. Arthur, what are you up to?
Um, You know what? I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna poke around a bit.
In the room or on the ship overall?
Where do these doors lead? In the med lab.
So the one to the left is where two of your crew as well as Catwin, that leads directly to the galley. Um, that's where, Heather was saying like, well, I mean, if we don't want, you know, like if we don't want to just take up space in the med lab, we'll just take Cat to the galley to just kind of chill out. Um, the med lab, so the doors to the right lead you to the hangar. Um, and then up north, obviously, is the corridor that leads to cryo, and then that corridor leads several different other directions.
Didn't they say something spooky was abound in the hangar?
Not in the hangar, in the prison facility.
And where is that? What direction is that?
The prison, so
It's
it's a different map, but the prison, so basically, if you exit the ship, and you want to go,
Oh, okay.
if you want to go into the facility, um, according to Mac, at least of the areas that they searched, um, they looked in the mines in sublevel 2, and that's where they found at least the 3 eggs, as well as um, the crew members. And Max
Okay.
said that due to both the lighting conditions as well as being in a hurry to get to rescue their friends, they didn't exactly do like a complete sweep of the facility.
Okay. I'm gonna poke around the ship then.
Okay. So yeah, feel free to open that door if you want. Okay, so that's the hangar, and move all the way into the room. Awesome. So the hangar is pretty spacious. They don't really have any like there are a couple of like large crates, and like like heavy lifting gear, like a cargo crane and all that other kind of shit. Um, like because these guys, as was mentioned before by Mac, they are like a salvage crew. Um, so they have a lot of equipment, for their job. Um, nothing necessarily valuable, but yep.
Should I be poking around more, or should I leave it at
No, you
this?
can keep poking around.
Okay.
So that leads you to another junction that's basically identical to the one you enter from. And also, if anybody else would like to roam around the ship, you can. Like, basically, Mac would, say, like, feel free to just look around if you want. We don't really have anything to hide. So,
that's not why we were here.
well, I mean, he noticed that, we can assume that Arthur, was asking that, because he's off on his own on a little merry misadventure. Um, but like Mac is saying, like, if you want to look around, whether for just secure the area or what have you, I mean, you know, you're within your rights to do so.
I wouldn't want to go back in. So, Martin strikes up a conversation with the other, with the. Okay, who's awake so far?
The only okay,
Just
so the only two people you've woken up from the crew are Mac, the first mate, and Kat, the engineer.
okay.
There are.
So
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to ask whether the other two that have not been contaminated or what do you call it? Attacked by alien life forms, whether they are, whether they've been exposed or not.
Um. Well, Mac is saying like, well, the what do we call it? Paz and Glenn, they were, they were not, attacked. Like, well, if they were exposed, then they're no more so than me. Um, and I wasn't attacked by those creatures, and like I never even made physical contact with one of them. So, you know, they are, as far as I know, for all intents and purposes, they're okay.
Would be good, possibly
I,
to wait, especially because Paz is their pilot, and so she would need to take some time.
right, we can wake those two up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I figure.
I'm
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just Mike just would like to get him under an X-ray.
To get Glenn and Paz, the people who weren't.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. No. To get. Actually, you know what? Yeah. They've all been. They may not have been attacked, but maybe they've been infected with something.
Yeah, well,
And
Mac at that, he says like, I mean, if if it makes you feel better, and honestly, it would make me feel better. I mean, you guys can run a scan on me.
yeah, let's do it
Okay, so
one by one.
so I'll
I
say,
was literally in the process. We were waking up the captain.
oh well, I mean, he can wait.
he
I'm saying
he
that out of
can wait.
character.
It's not like this.
Um, I mean, you went off to do that, so I mean, theoretically, you could probably run a quick scan. Um, while you're getting the captain, because keep in mind, the captain, just like everybody else, he's going to need to like hydrate and get dressed and
Yeah.
stuff, right? So,
Mhm.
um, yeah. So Mac, he gets on the bed. I'll say for Evelyn, because you programmed the auto dock for a specific function, um, you don't need to do another contact to recalibrate it. So just do that same roll you did at the /r space 6dB.
Okay. Here we go. Roll 6 dB. Yes.
Okay, so um, you run a scan on Mac, and from what you can tell, like the scan, um, his vitals are perfectly normal. Like there's no like, there's nothing. You're not necessarily a medic, but you are, looking at a, um, like a medical scan for dummies kind of deal. Like this, like these things are basically meant for, like medical care for people who aren't medics kind of deal. So it doesn't
Yeah.
throw a bunch of like medical terms at you. It's just sort of like
Well, that's
like it just sort of explains. But
that's
yeah.
good for me and my one medical aid.
So either way, yeah,
I-
the scan on Mac is no better or worse than Cat. Like Mac is fine. But the thing is to note is that Cat had the parasite on her face, whereas Mac did not. But they're both showing the same.
Yep. Good. That's a good thing. Maybe.
So all right, so
They do.
Mac,
So maybe the other two are safe then.
yeah. So
Work out.
so in that case, so Miller, so are you just going to? Oh, what the hell is Mac doing up here? I'll move back.
Well, I
Oh,
think we wouldn't do. Oh, sorry, go on.
well, actually, no. No, I remember why he was up there because originally he was going to go with Miller to wake up the captain, but actually
Yeah.
he was going to run the scan. Um, so Mac was doing that. So Miller, with that in mind, are you going to wait for Mac for the scan to be finished, or are you just going to go ahead and wake up more crew members?
Well, I mean, if we, I don't know. He was originally gonna wake up the captain. How long will the scan take? Will it? Because I mean,
Probably
he
just
has
a few
to
minutes.
just a few minutes. So it's probably okay to start waking him up because it's gonna it takes a
Yeah, because
little
like I
while
said,
for
you
them
still
to.
have to
Yeah.
they still have to get dressed. They still need hydration, like either
Yeah.
water or like the hydration tablets.
Yeah.
Um,
I would
so
say he probably doesn't need to really fully get dressed. I'll bring like a medical gown for him because he's gonna be scanned
yeah,
anyways, and so he can
fair
get dressed
enough.
after
Okay.
everything seems okay.
I'm just
So
saying
I'll
that
bring a medical.
in this case you can totally take your time,
Yeah.
because of the
So
scan. Um,
yeah,
but so
I'll
yeah,
get him
scan
tablet
finishes.
or
Also, Arthur, if you still want to keep exploring, you're within your rights to do that.
Oh, I poked around the whole place
Okay,
basically.
okay. So and yeah, you didn't like you got a good overview of like the layout of the ship. But and actually, also keep in mind this is just deck B. There is another deck of the ship. If you
Oh, can
want,
I
I can
can I
take you up
switch
there.
decks?
Yeah. Um,
Okay.
what I'll do is I'm gonna copy your token. Say so you're at the elevator is down this hall, like south.
Yeah.
refugee section.
What I'll do is I will hold on. So for this deck and the current one, I'm gonna set it to where you guys can navigate as you see fit. Um, basically, so that way the people who are um, like on deck B can do their thing, whereas Arthur can, explore the ship. Um, and also that token is really fucking small. Okay, so Arthur, if you look on Corvus deck A, do you have access to that?
I do. I
Okay,
do.
so switch over to that, and you see your token in the bottom left of the elevator. It's really small for some reason, but at least that means you have more room to maneuver. Um, so yeah, you can keep exploring. So as for the rest, um, let's see. So, um, you whatchamacallit? So Miller, you go to wake up. And you said just for confirmation, just waking up the captain, or are you also going to wake up Glenn and Paz? Miller, you guys there?
I'm here.
Yep, I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay, so well,
It
Harrison
just
just
went
went silent. So
deathly silent.
yeah. So uh, well, I guess what do the rest of you want to do? Evelyn, what do you and Martin want to do? Well, Arthur's scouting out the ship, and
Mhm. I'm just, I'm at the auto dock waiting for the next person to be brought in, and
okay,
like, I'll have, probably somewhat tense conversation as we're in this like area doing this stuff. Like,
yeah.
so, how how are you guys feeling so far? Everyone still okay?
Uh, oh, are you asking that to your group or to the NPCs?
Uh, just anyone who's there. I'm just trying to make conversation to break the tension,
Yeah.
basically.
Well, Mac basically chimes in saying like, well, given the circumstances, I'm about as fine as I can be.
Hmm.
And actually,
That's
if you
good to
guys
hear.
want, you could theoretically use banter
This is true.
because you're in, at least for the time being, a very like a secure area. So if you want to, shut the doors and just kind of chill out and decompress, you absolutely can.
Sure, I'll shut this door and then
Okay. And
I'll,
just
I'll just
assume
keep
that, yeah.
this window
Oh, that one's
open.
open. Okay, so you
Yeah.
have a line of sight too.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, how
Miller's
long?
bringing the.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Okay.
You
Well, there
you
you
go
are.
on first.
Well, I was just gonna say, well, just conclude this. So Evelyn, how long are you going to be bantering for?
I'll say just like 10 minutes.
Okay, so
Just
everybody removes 2 stress. If you use your signature item, you can get rid of a third. Um, so meanwhile with Miller, um,
yep.
so you wake up the captain, um, and he sees you. He doesn't see any of his other crew, and also it's worth mentioning that like with Cat, like he wakes up and like by the time he's opened his eyes, the facehugger has like fallen off of his face and rolled to the bottom. Like basically, with cryotubes being angled, so like it falls off of his face as he's rising. It slides to the bottom of the cryotube, bounces off the heel of it, and lands on the floor. Um, so
I
That's very
put it in a.
comical.
I put it in the biohazard.
so yeah. So
Bag.
so Captain Van Zant, like he sees you, he sees the facehugger, was like, who are you? What the hell is that? And what the fuck is going on?
I am Miller. I am an android here to assist you and your crew. Some strange alien life form attached itself to you and 2 other of your crew members, and we received a distress call because your ship's engines were not working on top of all of this. And if you would put this on, I hand him a medical gown. Um, and I give him a pill, right? A hydration tablet,
Yeah. So he thanks you
and
there. Yeah,
slippers.
thank you.
I'm gonna bring you over once you take that. I'm gonna bring you over to the med bay, and we're gonna do a quick scan on you to make sure everything's all right.
Okay. Um, so yeah, he's like, yeah, sure. And so he goes over, he follows you out of the room. Like he takes a look, and you can see that like he looks like, oh shit, like very concerned. I've got another gift for it. Um, if I can find it, like his facial expression when he sees Pine is like when he sees that face, I already realized like one of those things was on me. That was me a couple of minutes ago. Um, so yeah, he notices that he doesn't exactly seem very happy about the situation, but he complies with what you're requesting. Mac is in there. He sees the captain. It's like, oh, Captain, good to see you up and about. Um, he fit.
Probably the smart gun helps is very convincing.
It's
Yeah,
just
like
we are armed to the teeth. When he
yeah,
walks,
like
he just sees like
yeah, like he like you see a little bead of sweat roll off him. Like he sees like okay, there's one woman with an electrostatic shotgun. There's a woman with a giant fucking flamethrower. A guy with a smart gun. It's like he's
eh,
like like he was
Miller's got a pulse rifle.
yeah, like, well, I mean, are you guys Colonial Marines or like,
I
Sure.
mean, at one point we were, but not now.
Ex-colonial Marines.
and
There's never an
We do
there's never
freelance
an
killing
ex-marine.
now.
yeah,
There's never
There's a
an ex
former marine.
former
yeah.
Marine.
Well, and then Zavadska chimes in. She's saying like technically space operating forces for me,
That.
alluding to the fact that she was actually former UPP.
Hmm. Well, onto the table.
Okay, so all right,
Since
another
that wasn't distressing enough yet.
yeah.
Just hop right into the pod, bud. Depending on
Yep.
after your exam, we'll give you a lollipop.
Oh
I was like,
god.
now do not move. We don't want to mess up the scan.
All right. Okay, so same as before, 60B, Evelyn.
Yep. Ooh, there we go.
Interesting. Okay, so
Oh no, I
what?
don't like that. Okay.
Hey, at least
Sorry,
you succeeded.
sorry.
um,
Yeah, I succeeded. Sorry,
okay,
I'm
so
projecting right now, and I just stop.
um, you would like you notice that well with two successes, I'll say you notice something very very concerning. Whenever his heart beats, it beats twice.
Oh,
Oh dear, I don't like that. Um,
Oh,
Gosh, I wonder what could be wrong with them.
you
I
have any
wonder
heart?
as well. Um, uh, remind me, the auto dock is something that can perform surgery. Yes or
It
no?
actually can. Um, so
Is the captain under now? Like, is he in?
no, he wasn't.
Um,
He's not sedated. He's just lying in the
He was
pod as
just
if he was getting
scanned.
like a CAT scan.
okay, so he's fully awake.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, ask him whether he had surgery.
Well, here's the thing actually with the autodoc, bad news. It is not capable of complicated surgery, but it can reset broken bones. So actually it cannot do what you're intending to do with it.
Yeah,
Even
I'm thinking Prometheus, but
Yeah.
I
Now the
was just
Pauling,
curious.
the Pauling from Prometheus, that
Mhm.
actually is in this game, but these guys don't have one. Because they're
Okay,
broke.
go grab Heather.
great. I think for now, my remaining very calm, my character will say, uh, Captain, I think it's best if we move you back to cryostasis.
Why? What's going on?
There are there are some abnormalities with your scans, and I think it's better if you just head back to stasis for now.
Um okay, and he says as he starts making his way back to um making his way back to the cryo hall or to the cryo bay. Now the question is
I'll bring him
well,
there.
two questions. The first one is um who like is everybody going to go with him, or are there still going to be people staying in the med lab?
Miller will go with him. If anyone else wants to come, they can. But Miller will make sure he gets into the
Okay.
cryopod and
Well,
stuff.
is everybody um Well, first of all, also Arthur, are you still exploring Deck A, or have you come back down to the rest of the party?
I'm back down to
Okay.
deck B.
Okay, so you're down to Deck B. I will move your, or you can, yeah, move yourself back. Um. Okay, so
Uh,
who? What?
Sorry. So I was gonna say, is that something I think that Evelyn would do? She'll exchange like a look with Martin. Kind of like there's something like just that look of like be on your guard. That kind of look. Just that passes between them. Hopefully, we've worked together long enough. I hope that we have some sort of familiarity with like oh, here's the sign of like you go do this kind of thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Um,
Um.
absolutely.
So. So Mac would be, unless you guys request otherwise, he's going with Miller to the captain. Um. Or to escort the captain. He's also going to say to Miller, should we wake up Paz and Glenn, as well as Pine.
We may want to check out Pine, but we could also just leave him in cryo sleep and get these other two up, possibly that seem to be okay.
Okay, well I was like, well,
I don't,
what's the sequence here? How do you want to play this?
So, is there any way? Was so all we saw was two beating hearts.
Yes.
That's it. We can't do an X-ray.
Oh well, yeah, that's a valid point. You can get basically like sort of sort of like a fetal scan kind of thing. Uh, I
Of
suppose that makes sense.
what?
Well, like those
Like
pictures, like X-rays,
mhm,
like a you're
like
like a
an ultrasound kind
an
of thing. I
ultrasound. That's the
getcha.
word I'm looking
Oh,
for.
go for the heart.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
yeah. If
Oh,
you want
yeah,
to do one
yeah.
of
Okay.
Okay,
those,
we would have done that then rather
Yeah.
than I think bring the captain back to
okay.
put him in
Well,
cryo.
So
I would still say bring the captain back, but we would do the ultrasound before just to look at
well,
the
Yeah.
thing.
I can we do the ultrasound and then put him in?
yeah.
Okay. So, what do we need to do to make the ultrasound? To do the
I
ultrasound?
would say that's just a byproduct of the initial scan. Like that's not something
Okay.
extra you have to do.
Okay. So, in other words, that's part of the two successes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what does the ultrasound show?
I don't have a picture, but basically just imagine a fucking chest burster instead of a baby.
It's a little baby
So
xenomorph.
suffice to say, everybody gets 1 point of stress for seeing that.
Congrats, it's a monster. Type of thing.
Congrats, you're gonna be a father.
I was gonna
Your
do
Frigante.
that, but a whole lot darker than that. I was gonna be like, well, congrats, you're gonna be a father after you get your ass back in the freezer.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, we'll have a baby shower at a later
Congrats,
date
yeah,
then.
baby shower of blood.
Quite literally.
A shower of confetti or blood and organs.
So,
Who's to say the difference?
oh Jesus. So
I,
Close
I
your eyes,
love
it's all the
I love
same.
the humor of the table. We fit so well together with our dark ass senses of humor.
okay, so now I'll say so you got the ultrasound. What is your next course of action?
Is it moving in the ultrasound?
It's a fucking
Does it look-
ultrasound.
Mhm,
Yes,
The,
it's
It
moving.
is. You can see the heart beating.
well,
Yeah.
I'm saying like if you were looking on a display, um, like I'm thinking of ultrasounds that like the pictures they show. Like I mean like they print like a picture of it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm
That
just
makes
saying
sense.
that's
I
what
was
I'm
thinking of the
imagining. Like
live
that's kind of what
ones.
I'm basing it on. Is like how basically the scan. So the scan runs. It gets like an image of what's in this guy's body, and then it prints that out, or like it puts it
Okay.
on the scan like a display, so you see this is what the scanner detected. Like, um,
Fun. Uh, I would say after we get like the picture and all that, we do all the tests. We'll have him put back in the
Yeah.
cryostasis. I
okay.
think that's the
So,
plan.
and how many of you guys are going to be staying put um, at the um, in the med lab?
I think Harrison is going, and I would also like motion for Amelia to accompany. Miller.
Okay, so Amelia, like just nods and stomps
By
out
the way,
the
there you go.
what? Oh,
There
oh
you
yeah,
go.
that's perfect. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Oh,
I love it.
so I didn't realize you guys were going to be doing this. Otherwise, I would have gotten a picture like that. So yes, Amelia goes out of the room. All this. Um, however, um, as so you've got a moment to yourselves with Arthur, um, Arthur, Martin, and Evelyn. Do you guys discuss anything or?
Yeah, I'm gonna say there's no reason to think that the other two won't have the same problem.
hmm
There's
It could be simply like a machine error, but or
yes,
cat we
could
skated.
could be a temporary faulty equipment.
hmm
There's
You
no
know,
reason to think that those two don't have the same thing in their body as the captain. None. I mean,
Yep.
Martin is just. Um, is there any way that I can make a connection between the thing that we can see on the ultrasound and the monster in whatever it's called in that book?
Um, because
What was
technically,
it called?
well, I'm mentioning this in meta just to try to kind of piece together, with input from you guys. So Morse was present when Ripley plummeted into the lead, and at that point, the queen was bursting out of her chest.
Right.
So that was in the book. However, um, you guys as characters, nor do the Tekla crew know that what exactly this is. They don't realize it bursts out of chests. So for all they know, I mean, it could burst out of their ass or something. I mean, like, there's no way of knowing if it's
But
the same thing.
Oh god,
but
that's a
that thing,
much worse name.
but that
oh, I
thing
don't know about
is
ass bursters.
but that thing
Funnily
is
enough,
like
Well,
is
let
sitting
me
in
know
their
your speed.
chest, right?
True.
That thing is sitting in their chest.
Yes.
yep.
It's not down by their ass and then climbs out. It climbs out up. It doesn't work like that. It's
Yeah, that's
right.
good. That's good power of deduction. So
So chest, chest.
yeah,
1 + 1 = 2.
there you go. So what are you? So what is your ultimate intent with that for your character?
I don't know yet. The three of us are standing together, and I'm making I'm trying to make that deduction, or Martin is trying to make that deduction. Now, considering the cynical guy that he is, he would rather just shoot all three of these. What? Yes.
No, I
Honestly, I'm on board with that.
I agree with this course of action, but how are we gonna explain it to the crew that like, yeah, we're just gonna line up 3 of them and kill them?
Firing
You
squad.
don't.
Yeah.
You don't. You fix the ship, put them all in freezeritos, and we blow up
This-
three. We either blow up 3 of these, or we jet, or
Have them jettison
I-
them.
or I do my thing.
Yeah, and
You know,
speaking.
so
Sorry, go ahead.
this ship doesn't have an airlock, right?
It
Is
does.
that what you said?
Yeah, it has
Okay.
airlocks.
Now, what if like somehow they ended up in the airlock and something happened and it opened up on its own and explosive decompression.
I mean, is there a way that we could set? Is there a way for one of our characters to set the cryopods to like fail, and in the course of them
Yeah,
failing, it's
they
like how
would
in
die,
Alien
and yeah,
3,
they would
how
die
they
like
like
in Aliens.
yeah, yep,
If
how one
you freeze them enough.
one drowned and then one was burned to death, and how like an
Well,
alien.
what happened in Alien 3 was basically in terms of the pods, like um the EEV crashed into the ocean. The
Oh
crash
right.
basically destabilized, like a support beam skewered
Mhm.
Hicks, and then Newt's pod was punctured and she drowned.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but I mean, in Aliens, Ripley, when she was sort of speculating on Burke's like evil plan, she mentioned that he could, like set the pods to,
sabotage.
fail or whatever it was. And also, I mean, and then you think about like Fallout 4, for example, with the cryostasis and that, like, you know, they made it. They basically made it to where only like the player character's pod continued to be frozen, and everybody else just suffocated and died.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff is possible. Now, what I will say is, as you guys are having this conversation, um, you hear like faintly through the door, you hear horrified screaming, and then shouting, like deep voiced shouting from Chef, and Chef like body slams through the door, like guys, you gotta come see this,
Oh
and
God.
that is where we're gonna end this session.
Oh God.
No.
Oh.
Oh
I
man.
knew it. I knew that was gonna happen. Well, we all the players knew that was gonna happen. The
All the
characters were
players knew it was gonna
flabbergasted.
happen. Oh, the character.
But yeah, it's
Well,
literally the scene from Alien.
Yep.
put them in the
Yeah, it's the
galley.
galley scene.
Yeah, I mean, you guys pretty much did this yourselves.
Mhm.
So, okay. So we are going to do XP now. What?
I'm, I'm gonna say that. How else should we have done this then? Just repair the ship and take him fucking back? And yeah, I mean, fair question. Is this like no? I've got this. I've got these
Honestly.
pieces, and we can do whatever. Or is it like no?
I'll fill you
kinda-
guys in on how I ultimately structured this after this little arc,
Okay.
because I planned in more ways than one for there to be aliens inevitably involved.
Okay, so then don't give us the oh you did this to yourself. No, no.
Well, there's a
it's
chance
you.
nothing
You
could.
did this.
If we scanned Cat and immediately saw it and succeeded on the scan, we might have just been like, put her in the pod, just leave them all asleep.
Well, no, I mean
And-
that's why like
and then what? Take him back to the core worlds and give it to Wayland
Well,
Yutani?
no, not the
Change
core worlds.
history.
We take it to a station, um,
Or we bring it
and
to the
we
sun.
bring them to the med bay, and then we have an outbreak there instead. Honestly, this might be like one of the best case scenarios, because one of the worst case scenarios is we fix everything up, they go on their merry way, and then they go to a station, and there's a huge outbreak on the station or planet, or they
yeah,
try to
well
get
then
medical
then it
care
gets to
there.
a point where like yeah they hire mercenaries to clear out the station,
Yeah,
and
and then
still
we have to
killing aliens.
clean up the
Hey, look at that!
Hey, that's an
Or-
infinite
Not-
money glitch.
Or,
infinite.
or
And,
alternatively,
and
it's
not
like
only
sorry, go
not
ahead.
only are we recreating Alien, we're recreating aliens. So
And Alien
we're just
Isolation.
we're on a,
And Alien
yep,
Isolation. I love Alien.
we're on our way to just recreating the entire cinematic and video game franchise of Alien in our course of our campaign.
I hear
Exactly.
there's a lovely space station orbiting a gas giant nearby called Sevastopol 2. Uh,
Well, the first one
Am I
blew
missing
up,
something?
so they just built built
they
a
built a
second one.
second one. It's Sevastopol 2. You know?
No, I don't know. What?
It's an Alien
Well, yeah,
Isolation.
because
Oh.
that I think the events of that has happened. Yes,
Yeah,
the
it was in
Sevastopol events have
2137. This
happened.
is in like
Yeah.
2185 or 84, one of the
Because
two. 85, I think.
It happened
Amanda
canonically between
Ripley
Alien and Aliens.
Correct.
died of old age, right?
Yes.
Amanda. Yeah, so
So, but anyway, so let's see. But yeah, I mean, I'll definitely give you the full rundown after, after this disaster. But anyway, so we're
Oh,
gonna
gee,
do.
thanks.
You're welcome. Anyway, we're gonna do XP.
Okay.
So, of course, everybody gets the bare minimum of 5, though technically 6 for this session because of me being impressed by your guys' you know, like sense of honor, I guess, as players.
Honor.
Trying to deliberately sort of handicap yourselves, which I was impressed with. Okay, so where are them? Where are them? Their questions. Okay. Everybody participated in the session. Did you risk or sacrifice something? Did you follow your personal agenda, basically?
I didn't get to do
no,
any
we did
violence.
something ridiculously stupid.
I don't think I mean it's not like I didn't break my personal agenda, but there was nothing that actually happened with my personal agenda, so I don't think it was like a
Let's see what Marthin's is. Okay, there we go.
Yep, I followed mine.
Okay. Did you
Right.
risk your life?
Do I like what?
What?
Nah, nothing. No.
Okay. Did you know, risk your life for your buddy?
I'd say
Bought him an
technically
arm.
no,
That's not
because
really
we
risking
didn't
your life for
really
him. That's just kind of
risk
doing
Yeah,
him
I
a
didn't
favor.
risk it. I don't think anyone risked any. I don't
Yeah,
think
there wasn't
anyone
really
risked
any
their
danger, but
lives.
I can guarantee there's gonna be.
Oh,
There's a,
I'm almost
there's a
positive.
good chance we'll be risking our lives for our buddies next time.
Exactly. Um, so none of that. But did anybody? I don't think any of you have rivals, but if you did you stand up to your rival?
I do have a rival.
What, Horgust? Yep.
Yeah, but I didn't stand up to Horgust. So
Well, Horgust wasn't even fucking here, so
yeah.
um,
Horgus is safe on the fucking ship.
yeah, he's in Pawn Crawl mode. Um, just leading from the rear as he usually does. Okay, so no rival. Um, did you make a panic roll? Um,
I
no.
did.
Oh, you did. Yeah, you did.
Made a few. Oh
Sorry.
no.
Did you just snort?
Yeah. Okay, so Evelyn made a panic roll. I don't think anybody else did. Um, did you overcome a dangerous event? Uh, not.
Yeah.
We're about to.
Started a
Maybe.
dangerous
You
event.
started a dangerous event, but you have not overcome it yet, so no. Did you make a significant discovery revelation? Well, shit, yeah. I mean,
I think we did.
That's an
several.
understatement.
You found a copy of Space Beast. You read a copy of Space Beast. And then you found out that, yeah, I think all the events of the book were actually true, as
Yep.
we are about to find out. Um, so, because the whole group was present for that, everybody gets the thing for dangerous event. Just a reminder, if you get excess of 5, then you start counting extra points. Um,
Mhm.
so, uh, did you make okay, significant discovery? Did you perform an extraordinary action of some kind?
Yes, we did. We unleashed an
I
alien.
I found the space beast, but
We
extraordinary.
recreated the scene from Alien.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that was that was pretty extraordinary. So
Yeah,
you,
we unleashed an alien. Whether it was extraordinarily stupid or not, that remains to
well,
be
it says
seen.
yeah, extraordinary action. That doesn't say it was an extraordinarily good action. It was pretty stupid. So,
Showed off a bit. I don't know if that
yeah.
gives me.
Well, honestly, yeah, because it was funny. It was a well, well delivered case. Yeah, everybody gets a point for extraordinary action. Because congratulations,
Sweet.
you just caused a. Yeah, Robert Morris will have to write a sequel to Space Beast now. Space Beast 2: Xeno's Revenge. Um, okay.
Electric Boogaloo or whatever.
Yeah. So, extraordinary action, and everybody got paid. So, yeah.
And so, got paid. Is that another question, or
Yeah.
is that another
That's
point?
yeah. The last question is, did you earn any money? And so, yeah, you got paid both
Yep,
for the
we did.
job that you just like that you concluded at this last session, as well as for turning in Scoresby.
Right. There we go.
So,
What does showing off do again?
showing off is partly narrative, but also in some cases I would count that um as a extraordinary action. I think that's part of the
But we already
intent.
got the extraordinary action. And I don't think I did. I showed off when I took off and took off with the ship, and I showed off when I landed the ship.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, but even then,
But yeah,
it
no.
gets to a point where it's probably like, oh
Like,
well,
yeah.
he did it
Yeah, I don't think I get
again.
there. I
Yeah,
think
kind
only
of
one.
deal.
It's only one per, I feel
So,
like,
okay,
unless like a
so
lot of crazy stuff happens, like we fight a xenomorph queen in a power loader,
yeah,
and we blow up an entire station with the nuclear reactor. That could
yeah,
be like a double, I feel like. But
potentially. But so yeah, spending XP so you can spend XP between sessions. So just a reminder, I'll just share the handout so you guys can see the rules as written. Oh wait, hold on. Oh shit, not the whole thing. I was trying to share a specific page. Where is develop your character?
Close that.
Yeah, so close that, and then I'll just show players the specific handout, developing your character. If you
Oh,
scroll to
yeah.
the bottom, you can see, if you can increase a skill with XP, or you can learn a talent. You would not necessarily get the talent until like downtime, but you could roll to get it now.
Okay, so we wouldn't
Like a
necessarily.
skill increase will apply right away, but a talent will not.
I have been wanting to increase some of my skills, but
Can I get that manipulation one, please?
Yeah, you can. You can, because you used it and succeeded. Increase your manipulation to 1.
Whoops. Okay, so does that cost anything or not?
Yeah, 5 XP. Like it's always 5 XP per skill point.
I'll take manipulation. I'll finally increase my contact skills. 3. It only said to get up 2 for a while.
Well, I haven't used ranged combat, so
Well, correction. You can. So if you already have a point of the skill, you can just increase it whenever you want.
Oh, okay.
It can't go above 5, but you can, like, if you already have 1 or more
Damn
points,
it.
then you don't need to have used the skill and succeeded.
Okay.
So 5 is the maximum.
5 is the max per skill.
Oh,
Okay.
bummer. I was about to increase my ranged combat to 6. Is there any way to increase base like attribute?
Unfortunately, no.
Bummer.
I mean, you can. That said, now if you want, now are you trying to increase like talents for a specific weapon or something, like to get more dice?
I just wanted to increase ranged combat so that I can shooty bang bang better.
Well, what you could
I already
do.
got weapon specialist for the flamethrower.
Okay. Well, you can get weapon specialist for, like once per weapon class, which basically would be like, you know, melee weapons, pistols, rifles, and heavy weapons. So, like, for example, you could get like weapon specialist on a pistol and your flamethrower kind of deal, or you could get weapon specialist for your shovel, that sort of shit.
Hmm. You know, my close combat's only a 4. I can make that a 5.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, you can do that. Anybody else want to spend any skills?
yeah, I think I'm gonna spend 5, and I think I want to. Let me make sure this is the one I want.
I want to put quick draw in there.
Okay. Does anybody have quick draw? Because you could learn it from another PC without having to do a roll. Yep, Summer has it. Though keep in mind, if she teaches you, it still takes time to practice to like actually get the talent. So it would not apply in the current encounter or like the imminent encounter, but you would get the talent. So, do you want to do that?
Oh, okay. There it is.
Oh, you added quick draw?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm assuming you deducted the XP.
Oh. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go.
Alright, cool.
And done. I only have 4 XP left, so I'm. Hey, can you increase, like, say, agility or strength or
No.
whatever? Oh, okay.
You're not able to increase your characteristics like you can with Star Wars, unfortunately.
Okay.
If only.
Yeah. Right.
Of course, then you just have really OP.
Yeah, because like you would just
People.
end up with a character who can like do basically everything, which
Yeah, it makes sense because if you could do that, like, why would you ever put 1 in piloting when you could put 1 in agility
everything
and
else, yeah.
just get +1 to everything related to agility?
Right.
I
So,
mean,
yeah.
maybe it could cost like a stupid amount of XP, like 20 or
Oh
something.
yeah, if you save up 20 XP, maybe that could be
Yeah,
one
'cause
way.
every
Still
skill,
very strong.
there's only 3 skills per attribute. So if it cost like 20, that would be a good way to balance it because it would still be more than like just a +1 in each.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing
But
is
I
though,
don't
is
know.
that basically like it's like every 4 sessions you increase. Yeah, and that's just a minimum. Like you could probably do it in like, you know, like 10 or like you could do like 2 sessions and get it up. Like if
You
you
got a point.
answer a lot of questions, like you could actually get really high up. But so that's what I kind of want to avoid. But
Maybe
Maybe
that
like
could be like a reward for like
yeah, that's what I was
finishing a story arc or
yeah, I
something.
mean
Fucking
a
that's
really crazy arc, maybe. Yeah, if we've done a lot and it's like makes sense, I feel like
because
maybe like if you get 1 point in any,
I'll say
it could be
this
really cool.
much without saying what it is or when. I do have at least one story arc planned for this campaign, so it's not just missions, missions, missions.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
I might do a second arc, but
Okay.
there's definitely a first.
Okay.
Mhm.
okay.
I'm
Um,
gonna spend 5 points and put another point into mobility.
okay. Um, yeah. So you do that. Is there any other XP things anybody would like to do, like learning talents or such?
I already spent 5, so
Okay. Well, I mean, you can. I mean, if you have more, you can always spend XP multiple times a session.
yeah. But I mean, I don't think there's anything that costs like 2 XP. So
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Um, so
Which of course makes the whole thing of everything has to be 5 XP really weird.
well, I mean, if you get an uneven amount, like more than 5, then say you get 6 for multiple games. I mean, then that's an extra buy at
that's true.
however many games.
Right. Um, and
Okay.
also, Marty, and it's not that far off. I mean, Star Wars did everything in multiples of 5.
I'm not saying it's bad. It's one of those moments where I go, okay, if everything costs 5 XP, and yeah, you're right. You're right. They could have done just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down the tree. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Yep. Other than that, hopefully, I mean, I know there wasn't any combat. The next session will certainly rectify that, but hopefully everybody had a good time.
Oh,
Yeah, courtesy of
I'm
your guys'
counting on it.
actions. I mean,
Did
uh,
we get the captain into the cryopod?
God.
no.
No, he's still getting in.
Oh
We're in the
God.
process of doing that,
Yeah, like
so
basically, he walked out of the room with Miller, and then like right as he was doing that, that's when you heard Kat start screaming. And then like Ohio Tobias went
fun.
barreling into the room. So
Just like linebacker, like
yeah,
shoulder check the door.
yeah, just like he did with fucking daughter the one time. But anyway, um,
Uh,
so yeah, hopefully everybody
quick
had a good time.
question:
But that was go ahead.
Do you think 12 dice in close combat is going to be enough to fuck up an alien?
Well, I mean, one way to find out.
I feel like we're gonna get. There's definitely rules with xenomorphs
There
with
are
like
lots.
acid blood,
Yes.
Oh
so that's
God.
gonna be fun. So we don't want to be in
This
this. We
is
probably do not
the
want to be.
best
I got to get a
time.
splash guard for the shovel.
Well, we don't know. Actually, would we know that?
We don't. I'm saying.
Is that in the book?
Oh
No.
yeah, is it in the book? Do they have?
Well, in the rule book, yes, but in Morse's book, no.
No, okay. We
Like you
don't know
guys
about
See,
the acid
we
blood.
don't know if that it has acid for blood. So
exactly.
Martin is gonna do the one thing that he knows to do.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
We're just gonna
Let's-
recreate. We're gonna recreate all the scenes in Alien and Aliens by the end of this campaign. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
and then you're in the setting of Alien 3, so
It's game over,
Mhm.
man.
and your ship
Game
is from
over.
Alien 4 or Alien Resurrection rather. So, oh
It's
Jesus,
game over, man. Game over.
game over, more like game on. So
That's right,
It's okay.
bitches.
Miller's fine with this. He's so calm as I mean he's not seeing this, but you know he doesn't. He's calm. He's fine.
well, of course he is. He doesn't
He's an
panic.
android.
Yeah.
He doesn't panic.
Oh Jesus. Well, that was a hell of a session, even though there wasn't any combat. But like I said, next session is good. Things are gonna get crazy.
Oh, I'm positive.
And it's
I
courtesy of you
have to
guys
head
that
out.
happened. All right, yeah, you're heading out.
Exactly.
All right,
Yeah. Yeah. I'll talk to you later.
yeah,
Thanks for the session,
no
and
problem. Our next
I will see
session
you
will
in one of the
be,
mini games we're
yep,
in
next session
together.
of Steel Talons is going to be on the 3rd of September. If everybody can do that.
Sounds
Yep.
good to me.
Alrighty.
All right, awesome. So, with that in mind, I'm going to head out. You guys have the fantastic rest of your day. And Marty, I'll see you this evening for leverage.
Yep,
All right,
absolutely.
all right. So, see ya.
Bye.
Later.